So they're watching us today, and if they don't learn their lesson, if they haven't studied us properly, because we're going to be very successful, I have zero doubt about that. It's a question of whether we
Ja.
like the border. And everyone said, they used to say, Biden used to say, I need legislation, I need, I didn't get any legislation.
Fy faen, jeg har aldri hørt noen mann prate så mye vås i hele mitt liv. Jeg.
And we're gonna have the same thing here. But then I'm gonna look at New York in a little while. Let's do this. Let's do this together. Let's see. It's gonna go pretty quickly. And if we need to, we're gonna do the same thing in Chicago, which is a disaster. We have a mayor there who's totally incompetent. He's an incompetent man. And we have an incompetent governor that thinks he's an incompetent. His family threw him out of the business, and he ran for governor. He wants to be president. But I noticed he lost a little weight, so maybe he has a chance. You never know what happens. But Pritzker is a gross incompetent guy, owned a family business. But when I look at Chicago and I look at LA, if we didn't go to LA 3 months ago, LA would be burning like the part that didn't burn. If you we actually sent in our military to have the water come down. They still didn't want it to come down after the fires. But that was it. We had it coming down. But hopefully it's watching. The city's burning. They lost like 25,000 homes. I went there the day after the fire. You were there. And I saw people standing in front of a burned down home. It was, their homes were incinerated. They weren't like, even the steel was literally all warped and literally disintegrated because of the winds and the flame and the whole thing, like a blowtorch. They were standing on this beautiful day, maybe a couple of days after. We gave it a little time because what they had suffered. Almost 25,000 homes. And you see what's happening now. They didn't give their permits. I went to a town hall meeting. I said, we're going to give you the federal permits, which are much harder. Almost immediately, Lee Zeldin is a star. They don't have their city permits. And the mayor said to me, we think we can have them in 2 years. I was walking down the street and I met with firemen and police. And I was saying hello to many people that were standing in front of their homes with yellow tape. You can't go in. You can't go onto the lot. And those people wanted to start rebuilding their homes then and there. And the mayor said we should be able to get them the permits within 2 years. Shit, 2 years? Are you kidding? I'm going to get them the federal permit by going immediately. 2 years.
Det bröd var steinhardt.
Ja,
Du får jo kunne kjenne det.
They don't have their permits to build their homes. And now they're talking about putting
han prater om. Han kom for sent og prater om. Han prater om hvor fantastisk han er.
I love low-income housing. I made money with low-income housing. I built low-income housing. I know more about low-income housing and luxury housing. I know about everything real estate. They want to replace some of those homes with low-income housing. They haven't gotten their permits yet. We've got all the federal permits, which are much tougher to get, and it was done almost immediately through Lee Zeldin, Federal Environmental. And I watched the other day, those people are angry, and now they
Og Nasta har gått i rett igjen.
they love different places, but they loved it. It was all luxury stuff, beautiful stuff. And some wasn't that luxury, but the level of love for that neighborhood, their neighborhoods was incredible. And you know what? I want
Han sier så mye rart. Han har så mye historier på gang. Han er faen meg funny, jo. Alle er inkompetente unntatt Donald Trump.
First thing I did, I got the Olympics to go. I was the one that got it. And by a rare thing that happened, I'll be the president. I was very upset because I got the Olympics and I said I won't be president when it comes. But bad things happened and illegal things happened, really illegal things happened. Now it turns out one good thing was I'm going to be the president for the Olympics for 2050, for 250, which is gonna be fantastic, and also for the World
Thank
Cup,
you,
so we have a
Tom.
lot of good things.
Mhm.
250 is gonna be, 250th anniversary is gonna be the best, but when I looked at those people, and I saw last night on television, that they still don't have their permits, it's a disgrace what's happened. We'll see what happens. China's been, we've been dealing very nicely with China, as you probably have heard. Tremendous tariffs that they're paying to the United States of America. And we'll see what happens. They've been dealing quite nicely. The relationship is very good with President Xi and myself. Yeah. So you have to understand, it's a war that should never happen. It's a war that wouldn't have happened if I were president. Would never happen. It was the apple of his eye. Got along very well with President Bush. But if you look, under President Bush, they took a lot of territory. Under President Obama, they took a lot of territory. Under Biden, they essentially took the whole thing. You know, it's just a question of time. Under Trump, you know what they took? Nothing. Nothing. I was the one that said, you can't build your pipeline that was half built. I came in, I stopped the pipeline. It's called Nord Stream 2. Nobody knows that. You know, nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2. You might have not even heard of it. Biggest pipeline in the world. I stopped it. I was not a friend of Russia, but I got along well with Putin. It's always good to get along with other countries if possible. But that doesn't mean you roll over like Biden did. Biden came in and he immediately approved the pipeline. I couldn't believe it. Then they say Trump wasn't tough on Russia. I was the toughest. Putin said, you're not tough. I would hate like hell to see you. I stopped the biggest economic development job, the biggest job that Russia had ever built. I stopped it. It was dead.
Shut the fuck
And
up.
this low IQ president came in and he let them build the pipeline.
Simon
It's a
Biden?
right
No
oil and
IQ
gas
president.
all over Europe. So this is really a feel-out meeting. President Putin invited me to get involved. He wants to get involved. I believe he wants to get involved. Now, I've said that a few times.
Ja, det har du gjort.
And I've been disappointed because I had like a great call with him, and then missiles would be lobbed into Kiev or some other place, and you'd have 60 people laying on a road dying. I said, that's cold. That's cold. But it's a violent war. 5,000 to 7,000 people a week are dying. And you know, there's nobody from here. They're all Russian and Ukrainian people, and some people from the cities, much smaller number, but still, those missiles do damage and they kill a lot of people. But mostly soldiers, and they're young soldiers. Although in the case of Ukraine, they're getting much older. They're drafting 60-year-olds now. It's a terrible thing to witness, and I think I have an obligation. Look, this is Joe Biden's war. This is not my war. I made a deal with NATO a month ago. You covered it very accurately. Actually, we don't pay anything anymore. You know, we're not paying anything. They are buying things from us, and NATO is paying us. I got it raised from 2% of GDP to 5%, and they're paying us for everything that we send. We're not paying. But Biden approved $350 billion. Europe has spent $100 billion. The money that's been spent and the debt is incredible. It's the worst thing that's happened, by far the worst that's happened since World War II. So I'm going in to speak to Vladimir Putin, and I'm going to be telling him, you got to end this war. You got to end it. And he wasn't going to mess with me. This war would have never happened. You know, we had a discussion about it one time, and we never had that discussion again. It would have never happened. And when the election was rigged, and then Biden took office, which was barely took office, the Autopen took office. Bad things started happening. Bad things, stupid things were said. And it ended up in a war. And you know, the big, and I don't believe this one.
Alt faller rundt at Nasdaq. Trump sitter jo lasta med aksjer, sikkert Nvidia og Apple og alt. Wall Street er ned 230 poeng. Dow Jones.
Russia is coming to our country as opposed to us going to his country or even a third party place. But I think we'll have constructive conversations. Then after that meeting, immediately, maybe as I'm flying out, maybe as I'm leaving the room, I'll be calling the European leaders who I get along with very well. Relationship, I think we're all.
Jeg skjønner ikke at amerikanere tror på det pisset som han får Lee Prusa nå. Han har jo faen meg feilet 3 ganger nå med fredsforsøk. Så sitter han og sier at hadde det vært for han, så hadde aldri krigen startet. Du klarer faen ikke stoppe den krigen der, du. Putin gir faen i hele deg.
But I want to have a meeting set up between the two leaders. I was a little bothered by the fact that Zelensky was saying, well, I have to get constitutional approval. I mean, he's got approval to go into war and kill everybody, but he needs approval to do a land swap because there'll be some land swapping going on. I know that through Russia and through...
Land swap. Nå sitter han også og skal ha Ukraina til å gi bort områder.
Because you have lines that are very uneven, and there'll be some swapping, there'll be some changes in land, and the word that they use is they make changes. We're going to change the lines, the battle lines. Russia's occupied a big portion of Ukraine. They've occupied some very prime territory. We're going to try and get some of that territory back to Ukraine. But they've taken some very prime territory. They've taken largely ocean. You know, in real estate, we call it oceanfront property. That's always the most valuable property. If you're in a lake, a river, or...
Nå bør markedet falle på der. Nå sitter han også og skal gi bort landområdet til Russland. Se chatten på YouTube, da. Gå bæsjer.
So, I'm going to go and see the parameters. Now, I may leave and say, good luck. And that'll be the end. I may say this is not going to be settled. There are those that believe that Putin wanted all of Ukraine. I happen to be one of them, by the way. I think if it weren't for me, he would not be even talking to anybody else right now. But I'm going to meet with him. We're going to see what the parameters are. I'm then going to call up President Zelensky and the European leaders right after the meeting. And I'm going to tell them what kind of a deal. I'm not going to make a deal. It's not up to me to make a deal. I think a deal should be made for both. I think Russia has to get back into building their country. It's a massive country. I think they have 11 time zones, if you can believe it. It's a massive, it's by far, from the standpoint of land, it's by far the largest. They have tremendous potential in Russia to do well. They're not doing well.
Begge drikker.
Very well disturbed by this. Doesn't help when the President of the United States tells the largest or second largest oil buyer that we're putting a 50% tariff on you if you buy oil from Russia. That was a big blow. And then they said,
Han har pratet nå i faen meg. Han pratet nesten 50 minutter nå.
I'd like to see a ceasefire. I'd like to see the best deal that can be made for both parties. You know, it takes two to tango, right? So ultimately, I'll have a meeting next week. I had a great relationship with him, considering the fact that, you know, I was not nice to him because of the pipeline. I ended the pipeline. I also gave the Javelin. Did you ever hear of the Javelin? Javelin is called a tank buster. They say that Obama gave them sheets and I gave them javelins. If it weren't for me, all those tanks that were destroyed in the first days of the war because the tanks got stuck in the mud, some commander made it better. So, you know, they would have been in Kiev in 4 hours going down the highway. But a Russian general made a brilliant decision to go through the farmland instead. And they just had torrential rains, and the rains were so bad, and it was mud, and those tanks got stuck in the mud. I don't know who that general is, but knowing Vladimir, he's probably not around any longer because all those tanks were stuck in the mud and they went along with the javelins. I gave them the javelins, you know that. I gave them javelins, they gave them sheets. But I'm gonna
Jeg fatter ikke at gull går ned på de greiene her. Altså, de som selger gull nå skjønner jo ingenting.
NATO leaders and also to President Zelensky. I think out of respect, I'll call them first. And then I'll call them after. And I may say lots of luck, keep fighting. Or I may say we can make a deal. I will tell you this, I've seen a poll coming out of Ukraine. 88% of the people would like to see a deal made. And if you go back 3 years, everybody was gung-ho for war. You know, everybody's gung-ho for war until you have it. It's an amazing thing. I had it with a couple of countries where couldn't get a deal done.
Nej, nej,
One
nej, keep on.
particular country.
Keep on.
And just couldn't, the guy's pretty, I don't know, very
Gissa.
good leader, tough as hell. Couldn't get the deal done. And then he went into war for a short period of time. You know what I'm talking about. First term. And it was nasty, guys being killed all over the place. And he went through 1 week.
Ja, men det er bare tull. Gull skal ikke bare falle på grunn av krig. Gull skal gå opp på grunn av dollaren. Inflasjonen. Den krigen er bare sånn liten unnskyldning. Men det er derfor han faller. Betyr ingenting i det store og det hele.
You want somebody that's been doing this for 3.5 years? What's the definition of a good deal? I'll tell you after I hear what the deal is. Because there could be many definitions. You know, you're talking about a very large and complex situation. I said to you, the war that I just settled with Azerbaijan and with, as you know, in Armenia, was almost as complex as this one, having to do with routes.
Når planen var det?
Aner ikke.
Well, we're going to have a meeting with Vladimir Putin, and at the end of that meeting, probably in the first 2 minutes, I'll know exactly whether or not a deal can be.
Vi skal snakke i dag. Men samtidig.
Nei, ikke i dag. Torsdag.
On China, your administration agreed to send the most advanced NVIDIA and AMD chips.
No, obsolete, no.
Obsolete chip. Well, and then 15% of the
I mean,
profits.
the 20s. No, this is an old chip that China already has. And I deal with Jensen, the great guy,
Slutt med det.
and NVIDIA. The chip that we're talking about, the H20, it's an old chip. China already has it in a different form, different name, but they have it. Or they have a combination of two will make up for it and even then some. Now Jensen also has, Jensen's a very brilliant guy, and Jensen also has a new chip, the Blackwell. Do you know what the Blackwell is? The Blackwell is super duper advanced.
Hele verden faller rundt at Nasdaq.
Although it's possible I make a deal somewhat enhanced in a negative way. Blackwell. In other words, take 30% to 50% off of it. But that's the latest and the greatest in the world. Nobody has it. They won't have it for 5 years. But the H20 is obsolete. You know, it's one of those things, but it still has a market. So I said, listen, I want 20% if I'm going to prove this for you, for the country, for our country, for the U.S. I don't want it myself. You know, every time I say like 747, I want, yeah, for the Air Force. So I just wanted. So when I say I want 20, I want for the country. I only care about the country. I don't care about myself. And he said, "Would you make it 15?" So we negotiate a little deal. So he's selling a essentially old chip that Huawei has a similar chip, a chip that does the same thing. And I said, good, if I'm going to give it to you, because they have a, they have a stopper, what we call a stopper, not allowed to do it. The restricted is really known as a restrictive covenant. And I said, if I'm
Det burde vært på den videofallet, på det han sier der.
release them only from the H20. Now, on the Blackwell, he's coming to see me again about that. But that will be a unenhanced version of, like, I don't know if you know, we will sometimes sell fighter jets to a country, and we'll give them 20% less than we have. You know what I mean, right? That's the same.
Mr. President, whether it could be normal trade between the U.S. and Russia. Should the meeting go well? Should there be peace?
I do. Russia is a very valuable piece of land. If Vladimir Putin would go toward business instead of toward war, you know, it's a warring nation. That's what they do. They fight a lot of wars. A friend of mine said Russia's tough because they just keep on fighting. They beat Hitler, so did we. and they beat Napoleon. You know, they've been doing this for a long time. I asked a question to a very, very smart man that some people like and some people don't like. Viktor Orban, right, from Hungary, the head of Hungary, and he's in that same area and knows the two countries very well. I said, this was before Biden didn't do anything to get us out of it. Could have gotten us out of it. Would have never happened. I said, so can Russia be beaten by Ukraine? He looked at me like, what a stupid question. He said, Russia's a massive country, and they win their country, and they win their life through wars. They fight wars. That's what they do. He said, China beats you with trade. Russia beats you with war. China's not beating us with trade. Not when I'm in charge. But they were beating Biden with trade, but they never beat us with trade. Don't forget, China had to pay $400 billion worth of tariffs when I was last. That was last. And if we didn't have COVID, all of the stuff we would be loaded. We're finding hundreds of billions of dollars of cash is pouring into our country now because of tariffs. And all we're doing is we're doing what they do to us. It's so beautiful to see it. They found last month, as you saw, $25 billion of excess cash flow. They say, where did it come from? I said, I'll tell you where it came from. It came from a place called tariffs. And we're doing very well. We're really doing well. But I expect to have a meeting with Putin that I think it'll be good, but it might be bad. And I'm here for one reason, to get rid of a war that somebody else started. Should have never happened. And if I could end it, right? Complex war, a lot of blood. But Zelensky's been there for 3.5 years. So if you put him in a room, now I will say this, ultimately I'm going to put the two of them in a room. I'll be there or I won't be there. And I think it'll get solved. Yeah, please do. Excuse me, I'm going to suggest, do you have any other questions on DC? Because I don't want them to, these are incredible people. I don't want them to be standing up here. Subjects, does anybody have a question of that? And then, question, Brian. And by the way, this is only on DC, and then they're going to leave because it's unfair to have them stand up here all day long.
Nettopp en pro.
First about DC. This is personal for me as well. Last year, I was robbed on the streets by one of these teenage thugs. Had a gun, got away with it. Let's talk about the effort between law enforcement, prosecutors, and judges, because it's recycling building. These kids go, they're the police. They know it. Talk about how we got to get these judges, put these kids behind bars. Adult crimes deserve adult penalties. And my second question on
Here's the problem. Assuming that they're 17 years, older than 17 years old, I can get the case. If they're under 18 years of age, I can only get the case if it's murder, rob one, rape, or even if they shoot a gun but don't kill you, I can't get it. So the law has to be changed. As the president said, caps is bad. That has to be changed. All right, then even assuming I get the case, I get jurisdiction, I get a conviction, the DC Council has given the judges the ability to give probation on shootings. And so then it's up to them. All of these things, the Youth Rehabilitation Incarceration Reduction Act, and now they want to seal records. So if we work hard and we get a conviction, they want to wipe it out. So that needs all to be changed.
Yeah, and just back to that topic. Let's be clear that we're going to charge them, and we're going to track every single thing they do throughout every step of the court process and report back to you and let all of you know what's happening to them. Because the people who are prosecuting them are trying them, they also need to be held accountable.
Mr. President, this is the most people we've ever seen in this brief. I've never seen ever, right?
I've never seen that. Where's Caroline? Where's my superstar? Caroline. Where's Caroline? Come here, Caroline. Come here. Come here. Is she doing a good job, by the way? Come here. Is this the largest crowd that you've ever seen?
This is definitely the most backbreaking, and I think all of you would agree. I think it's why we build them all.
Altså, det er helt sjukt, liksom.
Be comfortable. So, yeah, I don't want to make life comfortable. So, look, let's just do this. It's going to be a big thing. We're going to Russia. It's going to be a big deal. What happens, happens. I'll let you know what happens. You'll be the first to know. I'll be calling the European leaders. I'm going with totally, I mean, we have a lot of talks, and great people, and great leaders, actually. They want to get back, honestly. One of them said, I've OD'd on trying to settle Ukraine. They've OD'd, meaning they've overdosed on the settlement of Ukraine. Not a nice expression, but boy, is it accurate. They're tired of it. They want to get back to spending money on their countries. You know, Biden gave them $350 billion. Europe gave $100 billion. It should be much more than that. Shouldn't have been that kind of, they should have had equalization, but they didn't. But you know what? Still a lot of money. They want to get back to building their own countries. They really want to resolve my relationship.
Faen, klokka er bare 6, og han er... Åh, faen, dette går tregt, ass.
And we're going to try, I'll be in touch with them. I have 5 of them call me. You think it's easy? There's a lot of European leaders, but they rely on me, very much rely on me. If it wasn't for me, this thing would never get solved until the last person breathing is dead. So I'm talking to the European leaders. I'll be talking to President Zelensky. I'm going to get everybody's ideas. I go into that thing fully loaded right up there. And we're going to see what happens. Now, I think 1 or 2 things is going to happen. It's going to be a good meeting, and we'll go a step further. We'll get it done. I'd like to see a ceasefire very, very quickly. Very quick. I'd like to see it immediately, but I'd like to see it very quickly. And we're going to be dealing with the European leaders, and we're going to be dealing with President Zelensky, and hopefully we're going to have a great success. As far as this, what we did today, and I think you were here for DC more so than even Russia, because Russia will be, you know, we have a couple of days to go, but the Russia's going to be very interesting. But to me, what is very exciting, we're going to take back our capital. We're going to make it beautiful again, but we're going to make it, more importantly, safe again. It's going to be so safe. It's going to be a model. And then we'll look at other cities.
Nasdaq på day high igjen.
You have some capable people in other cities. They can do it.
Tesla opp nesten 5%.
We're going to have a safe, beautiful capital, and it's going to happen very quickly. Thank you all.
See you guys tomorrow. We'll have a
Oh.
Ferdig?
Ja, nå kommer sikkert masse oppdateringer på Bloomberg.
Troops to the streets of Washington. This is something that he signed 2 executive orders to implement before he actually spoke with reporters. And of course, we heard him talking to a range of issues, from the meeting with Vladimir Putin on Friday, the war, of course, that Russia has waged on Ukraine, but also a number of other topics, going from geopolitics through even renovations at the White House. We're going to be unpacking a lot of this coming up in Balance of Power here on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio, channel 121, and on YouTube, where you can find us right now, even before the show begins. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. We'll have much more to say here as we get through the program. As I was mentioning here, an important conversation that we're going to be bringing you with Scott Cooper, the director of the U.S. Office of Personnel Management. We'll be hearing from a member of the administration here specific to the workforce, and also, as we just heard from President Trump, protecting that workforce. He's only been on the job for a couple of weeks here. Be with us to talk about DOGE cuts, personnel levels, and the culture inside our federal government here for federal workers. If you're with us in Washington on 99.1, it is a conversation that you will not want to miss. Are we touching base with Charlie? James, is that the plan here? Charlie's with us, so we may as well check in to see how trading has been. It's been a while since we've been listening to Donald Trump. We're up a little, down a little here. Not the most convincing section. Charlie Pellet is at World Headquarters in New York. How you see it?
And right now, up a little, down a little, Joe Matthew. That sums it up. Here's what's going on. We do have the S&P 500 index up a little, but trading at a record right now, up 563.95. That is a gain of 0.1%. But as that composite index, also at a record of 58 right now, gain there of 0.3%. The Dow, however, in the red. Dow Industrial is down by 0.2%. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. The 10-year yielding 4.27%, with the 2-year right now 3.78%. Spot gold down $49 the ounce, a drop there of 1.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude 63.85 a barrel, a little change there. Bitcoin up 1.7%, 120,316 on Bitcoin. So again, recapping, U.S. stocks are trading mixed, with the S&P 500 index up a little right now, up by about 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Balance of Power kicks off now. Once again, your host here is Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, many thanks. We'll get back to Charlie a couple minutes away and touch some of the other headlines that are driving stocks and see how the Monday trade is shaping up here at lunchtime on the East Coast. We are watching shares of NVIDIA up about $1, about 0.5%, as the president just now, by the way, confirmed Bloomberg reporting a 15% levy, if I can call it that. The company, along with AMD, will be paying 15% of their revenues from Chinese AI chip sales to the United States government. The president was even toying with the idea of making a deal over Blackwell. This previously mentioned deal would involve the H20 chips here. We're also watching pot stocks on a tear today. The MJ marijuana ETF, Amplify Alternative Harvest, up over 18% as the president suggests rescheduling cannabis. We got a lot to cover. Stay with us right here. The fastest show in politics is about to begin. Balance of Power, only on Bloomberg Radio.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by ZipRecruiter. I'm Steve Kathan. President Trump calls out the National Guard as part of what he says is an effort to target crime and homelessness in Washington, D.C.
The president is calling today Liberation Day in D.C.
We're going to take our capital back. We're taking it back.
And from a press conference in the White House briefing room says he's
Placing the DC Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control
and he's calling in the National Guard as well.
to help reestablish law, order, and public safety in Washington, D.C., and they're going to be allowed to do their job properly.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
CBS News correspondent Scott McFarland.
Local leaders are pushing back, saying this is all unnecessary and political. The mayor cited city police data showing crime is down 26% from this time last year, and that homicides are down about 12%. The mayor has said that is from working with the community and with federal leaders.
The president was asked about his upcoming meeting in Alaska with Vladimir Putin and the chance that Ukraine's president might be involved.
The next meeting will be with Zelensky and Putin, or Zelensky and Putin and me. I'll be there if they need, but I want to have a meeting set up between the two leaders.
A federal judge has ruled transcripts of secret grand jury testimony in the sex trafficking case against Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, will not be released. Overseas, Israel says it targeted a journalist in a deadly Gaza drone strike, a reporter alleged to be a Hamas leader. Al Jazeera, his employer, denies it. And CBS's Deborah Patton tells us.
We spoke to a victim hostage negotiator, Gershon Basket, who told us that he believes there is still a 2-week window in which to negotiate a ceasefire in Gaza. He said Netanyahu's new
Nasdaq vil jo faen ikke ned, uansett hva som skjer.
Is a new feature that allows users to share their location. CBS's
Nå er Tesla opp, ja, nesten 5%, 4,6–4,7%.
This update could compromise privacy and safety. Now, in a statement to CBS News, Meta said Instagram Map is off by default, and your live location is never shared unless you choose to turn it on. If you do, only people you follow back or a private custom list you select can see your location.
Yes, it's true. AOL still has dial-up internet service. But AOL says it's going to end all that by the end of September. Checking Wall Street, right now the Dow is down 77 points. The S&P is higher. This is CBS News. A new survey finds many adults in their 20s still come to rely on their parents for financial help.
Gen Zs aged 23 to 28 are growing up. Spending money on dating is out.
The Gen Z now more than ever is finding that adulting has a higher price tag than they expected.
That's Ashley Ross with Bank of America's Better Money Habits Study. They're progressing to financial independence.
But many of them still rely on and their lifelines and their parents and really feel uncertain about the future.
The best tip for Gen Zers?
The goal is for 50% of your income to go to your needs, 30% to go to your wants, and 20% to your savings.
Brad Gibson for CBS News.
Paramount, the parent of CBS News, will become the new home to all Ultimate Fighting Championship events in a 7-year deal with TKO Group. We will distribute the full slate on the streaming platform Paramount Plus. Some will be simulcast on CBS. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
President Trump deploys the National Guard to the streets of D.C. Welcome to the Monday edition. As the president invokes a public safety emergency in our capital city, placing the police department under federal control, at least for now. And we'll have details for you this hour. We'll also bring you an important conversation with the man who runs the Office of Personnel Management, the federal workforce. Scott Cooper joining on managing the workforce and apparently keeping it safe. Also a job at hand in light of the president's emergency orders. He'll be with us in studio in just a moment. We'll have insights from Republican strategist Ashley Davis at S3 Group and analysis from our panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us for the duration. We start with the trade on Wall Street. The Monday trade, Charlie Pellet has that from World's headquarters in New York. Charlie?
Good day, Joe Matthew, back to work Monday indeed. With the Dow lower, the S&P NASDAQ both advancing. S&P NASDAQ right now they are heading towards records. 7-point gain on the S&P 63.97. That's an advance of 0.1%. We've got NASDAQ up 62 now, higher by 0.3%. The Dow though in the red. Dow Industrials down 81 right now, drop there of 0.2%. Our Mag 7 index pushing higher by 0.6%. The 10-year at 4.26%. The 2-year 3.75%. Traders bracing for key inflation data. Right now we have got the price of gold falling $51 the ounce, 33.45.
Microsoft hoppa opp med 1% der nå.
Little change down 3 cents a barrel, 63.85. Certainly trade, tariffs, very much on the minds of investors, especially ahead of tomorrow morning's CPI data on inflation. Cam Dawson is Chief Investment Officer at New Edge Wealth. She was a guest this morning on Surveillance.
Companies have been very hesitant to want to pass on tariff increases to consumers thus far. You've seen pockets of it, but companies are worried that if they raise prices, that they will lose market share, meaning that prices go up, quantity goes down. So we haven't seen this bull pass-through of inflation to consumers. Companies have been absorbing it more, taking it more on a hit to margins.
And you can hear more of the conversation with Cameron Dawson on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Micron Technology is raising its fiscal fourth quarter revenue, earnings, gross margin, and operating expense outlook, citing improved pricing. Micron shares up now by 2.9%. Again, recapping, S&P 500 index at a record up 11, now up by 0.2%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington once again. Your host, there he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, many thanks. Great to see Charlie Pellet on a Monday, and thank you for joining us on the Monday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio channel 121. You can watch us on Bloomberg Originals right now, and of course on YouTube. You can always see us by searching Bloomberg Business News Live. And you'll want to get on YouTube for this one because we have an important conversation coming up for you here. Live from Washington, where public safety is on the menu today. We talked about it on Friday. The president late on Friday evening announcing his plans to have a news conference, and it's already happened here in the nation's capital. With crime and safety in mind, the president is taking control of the Washington Metropolitan Police Department. This is a pretty big deal. And also deploying hundreds of National Guard troops to cut down on crime and homelessness.
Det er Microsoft som drar opp markedet nå. Opp 1%, og Nasdaq opp, og Tesla opp 5%. Det er ikke noe news, ingenting som det er faen for å gå. Dollaren faller som faen, så nå bør egentlig gull gå da.
Right here in our nation's capital, specific in this conversation to what's happening with the federal workforce. Scott Cooper started just weeks ago as the director of the Office of Personnel Management, OPM, as the wonks call it here in the nation's capital. And remembering the way this administration began and the reductions we saw in the federal workforce, some of the debates that we've had around this, it is, of course, Director Cooper who needs to implement, manage, and protect this workforce starting now. He's with us in studio, and it's great to see you in our Bloomberg offices. Welcome. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Well, thank you. It's great to be here.
I have a lot of questions for you, but I want to start with the news of the day here. President declaring a public safety emergency. Will you be involved as director of OPM in coordinating movement or deployment of federal law enforcement?
Not to my knowledge.
That's not in your umbrella.
It's not in my umbrella. If the president wants me to do it, I'm happy to, but it's not my purview.
They're all federal employees, though, which is why I asked.
Yeah. I don't think so, but you've seen the news more recently.
Sure. Well, listen, absolutely. Will you make enhancements in buildings to protect federal workers? Are you moving security around to coincide with this movement?
Yeah, as I said, right now, the answer I don't know. So we didn't do anything. GSA would probably be another organization that might be involved to the extent something like that happens. But for now, obviously, don't have any other directive of what the president announces.
Understood. I mean, the answer might be that we're actually quite secure in our federal buildings here in Washington.
I certainly accept.
Yeah, absolutely. For those of us who live around here, we're not running through the streets like we live in Baghdad. People should know. As I mentioned, you were sworn in than a month ago.
Yeah.
I would love to know the experience that you're having here, coming to Washington and going through this culturally. But let's talk about actual policy at first and what you've inherited here, because OBM is losing, I think, about a third of its workforce as you get in the building here. Do you have what you need? Are there enhancements that you need to make to enact your vision?
Yeah, certainly as I've been here for a couple weeks now, people have come to me and said, hey, we may have cut too far in this area or that area. So the short answer is I don't know, but we're going through a process to go figure that out. So what I've asked everybody to do is come back to me and tell me, okay, what do you think is missing? But importantly, what are you doing in terms of prioritization? So one of the things I've observed here in DC is we're very good about adding things to the plate, and we're not very good about taking things off the plate. And so what I've kind of told my team is, look, I'm open to the idea that maybe there are areas where we've cut too far, but I also want to make sure I understand how we're prioritizing, and the answer may be that there are things that we're just doing because we've been doing them for a long time, and we don't need to do it, so we want to understand that.
So you're taking inventory, you're taking stock right now. When do you expect these reports to all come back?
So we've got a near-term deadline, which is kind of in September. We have to put forward our first version of the 27 budget, believe it or not, for government. So we have a deadline that we need to turn that into, I believe, OMB. So literally in a matter of a couple weeks here, I think we're going to have an assessment of how well we staffed, what we focused on, and are there areas where we need to add back headcount, or are there areas that we think we can prioritize?
You expect to lose another 2,000 or so positions this year, is that accurate?
No, so we started roughly about 3,100. We expect through mostly the DRP, the Deferred Resignation Program, to be probably closer to 2,000, 2,100 by the end of the year.
So that's specifically through
That's specifically
the deferred.
Yeah.
And is that program still active?
We still have people who are on the books right now who are coming off.
But you can't raise your hand now and say that I'd like
In
to.
general, no, but I think that's something that is under discussion. Is ought we to have a program like that
keep it in place all the time?
Yeah.
A permanent deferred resignation.
Potentially, yeah. So we've done 2 rounds of it so far, but there is an ongoing discussion as to would it make sense to have something. I don't know if it'll be exactly the same things we've done with DRP, but that's some program like this.
And a lot of private companies do this too.
Exactly, right.
You're no stranger to that. So you got here after Elon Musk left town. Did the Doge make your work easier or more difficult?
Yeah, look, I think what Doge did was they really provided a catalyst for the change that we're trying to now institutionalize. So, look, you know this well. We're talking about a $7 trillion behemoth here. We're talking about 2.5 million people in the workforce, and it's very hard to kind of change culture and change momentum there. So, in my mind, a lot of what Doge did was really kind of catalyze some of the activity. And now our job at OPM and across the other agencies is to figure out how do you institutionalize this so that operational efficiency is not just a one-time thing, but it's actually part and parcel of what Street does day to day.
A lot of people know you as the guy who ended the 5 things memos. Controversial is that? I mean, well, you will be, I'm sure, known for a fifth worth in that. Why did you make that decision, and why would that be considered a controversial? Folks are continuing to use this.
I don't think it should be controversial. Yeah, it's the mandate that we dropped. Look, what I said I would do is, when I come in, just like anything else, we should look at why we're doing things. And sometimes things have a good reason for when you do them. And other times, maybe they run their course. And in my mind, when I looked at kind of the opportunity here, I just said, look, if it's a useful tool to you as a manager, great. Knock yourself out, keep using it.
Okay.
But we don't need to consume resources kind of across the government.
This is consuming people. They're tearing their hair out to come up with 5 things.
It was, for the Undertaker, I think it was well used in some areas, not well used in others, but it was just a matter of, okay, well, we're going to look at things from a fresh perspective and find that perhaps there's other tools that are available to do the same job, but we don't need duplicate resources.
Well, as you consider taking stock here and maybe even looking to hire, you scored a legal victory in being able to test applicants, measure applicant skills. What are these tests, and are they already in place?
Some of them exist, but there's a lot more to be done. So the history, just for your listeners to know, is we've been under a court order for about 43 years now, which effectively prohibited the use of essentially merit-based tests to determine are people qualified for the jobs for which they're trying to be hired. In the absence of those tests, what was happening was people would basically self-evaluate themselves on their hiring criteria, which I see you chuckling because it's a real issue, right? Like, people say lots of things, and in general, my view is we should trust but verify. And so now that court order has been rescinded, we now have the ability to go forward with a much more robust plan where we can use actual merit-based assessments, so that if you tell me, you're applying for a software developer job, great, let me, actually try to assess these skills. Might need to do a coding test or something like that. Obviously, the private sector.
That's fascinating.
So, yeah.
What was it that surprised? A self-eval interview? Was that basically
You
the
have a federal resume that sometimes goes 5, 10 pages long.
Okay.
You have a self-eval, and then, yes, sometimes you have an interview. Right now, what we want to do is to say, okay, the first step really should be, number one, is we take the federal resume down to 2 pages. My personal view is 2 is still long, but it's better than 5.
Yeah.
And then, yes, like if you have a job for which we have a test that we can evaluate whether it's your judgment or technical skills, we should have you do that first so we understand, are you even in the running for the potential job we're hiring for?
Wait, yeah, you wouldn't think that that's revolutionary.
Yeah, I know. None of this is rocket science. I agree. We are not inventing new things here. But
Nå er Nasdaq på all-time high.
a lot of the agencies use these tests when they find themselves in constant litigation. And so now that quarter is gone, that clears the path for us students.
I have just about a minute left. I'm just so fascinated by what this must be like for you. And I'm wondering what culturally it has been like. I know where your headquarters is over on East Street. I know what that building looks like, at least from the outside.
You should come inside.
What's it like going from the world of venture capital from like in Greece to sitting on East Street trying to figure these problems out?
Yeah, it's been a fascinating experience and all very positive actually. It's exactly what I was hoping it would be, which is
right.
Well, look, I view this as like the managerial challenge of managerial challenges, which is in my old job, at the end of the day, you have a CEO, the CEO tells you what to do, and at some point, people actually do what the CEO says, or they quite frankly find themselves another job.
Fine.
And this is a much more of what I would call a power persuasion job. Can you get people aligned around a mission and convince them why the things we want to do from an efficiency perspective are not only good for their career, but also good for the government?
Yeah, well, that's called public service, I think.
Exactly.
Really great to meet you. Thank you for coming. Let's keep the conversation going. Scott Cooper, OPM. This is the man in charge of managing the federal workforce that President Trump was just talking about protecting here in Washington. We're going to talk more about his public safety emergency and what's going to mean for the streets of Washington. It's all ahead right here on Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here. Bloomberg, we've got the Dow lower, the S&P, NASDAQ. They're both advancing. Records for the S&P and the NASDAQ Composite Index right now at 12-point advance, with the S&P currently trading at 64.01, up 0.2%. NASDAQ pushing higher, up another 83 points, up 0.4%. The Dow, however, in the red, down 32 now, drop there of 0.1%. We've got the Bloomberg Max 7 Index up 0.8%. 10 years currently yielding 4.26%. The 2-year 3.75% ahead of tomorrow morning's CPI report. Spot gold is down $48 the ounce, down 1.4%, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.2%, 63.98 a barrel on WTI. Chris Harvey, head of equity strategy for Wells Fargo Securities, has left the firm after 12 years. He was responsible for establishing the firm's equity market outlook, including its S&P 500 index price target and earnings forecast. Wells Fargo shares are a little change right now, down under 0.1%. Recapping, S&P at a record up 13, up 0.2% for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, here from Mysterious Joe Matthew.
Hey, Charlie. Many thanks to Charlie Pellet in New York. We'll get back to Charlie in about 15 minutes here. Check on the Monday trade. Really interesting news coming out of Washington that's not actually moving stocks much, but it's certainly got investors' attention. This story involving NVIDIA and AMD. The president talking about it a short time ago. 15% NVIDIA will have to pay, and AMD, for selling their AI chips to China. They'll be giving 15% of the revenue to the federal government. Unprecedented. Quid pro quo, as we keep hearing, when the president was asked about other technologies, say Blackwell, he indicated that he might even consider making a deal about that as well, if it were at least a lower powered version. We'll see what we can learn about that in the meantime. Big screamer today, though, is Liberation Day in D.C. Yeah, you thought Liberation Day had already happened with the tariffs. Then we had the second Liberation Day. I think last week was the third when reciprocals went in, but we're going to start throwing around this on any number of issues, I guess. The president said at the podium, Liberation Day in D.C., we're going to take our capital back, invoking Section 740, he said, of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. I believe it's Section 40, deploying the National Guard to the streets of D.C., kind of like you saw in L.A., except there are no protests or riots going on here at all. It's more about carjackings, crime, kind of run-of-the-mill violent crime, not a political movement that's occupying the streets. I live here and work here, obviously. This building that I'm sitting in is inside one of those so-called tourist zones that the president is talking about here. And it's not just the National Guard, it's the police department. He says Attorney General Pam Bondi is taking command of the Metropolitan Police Department as of this moment. The part that I don't quite understand, and we'll explore this over the course of the show, is, as we understand it, based on the Home Rule Act, you can't just take over the police department. You get to do it for 48 hours in the case of an emergency, which the president says he has here. So I don't know if this would be a rolling kind of re-upping it every 2 days, or if this will be a 48-hour event. I'll let you know as we learn. The president had a lot to say, though, when he was talking tough about recent crime here in the Capitol. Here he is a short time ago in the briefing room.
Told them, whatever happens, you know, you have to spit in the face of the police. As the police are standing up there in uniform, they're standing and they're screaming at them an inch away from their face. And then they start spitting in their face. And I said, you tell them, you spit and we hit. And they get hit real hard.
You spit and we'll hit. Not a fan of the city, which he describes as filthy, crime-ridden scumbags and homeless people everywhere, now promising, quote, full, seamless, integrated cooperation at all levels of law enforcement, deploying officers across the district with an overwhelming presence. We talked to Ashley Davis about this. Not only has she spent a good chunk of her career in national security, but of course, He's a Republican strategist. He can talk politics with us here on Balance of Power and does so frequently at S3 Group, former special assistant to the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Ackley, it's great to see you. You'd be running around right now if you still had your old job, because DHS and every other agency in town with law enforcement is apparently going to be part of this. More than 12 agencies, we understand. I think you live here too, Ashley. Do you feel like you live in this sort of dystopian, crime-ridden city? Does this actually justify an emergency and the use of the National Guard?
Well, first of all, good afternoon, Joe. Nice to see you as always. I've been here 25 years. I live in the city. I definitely think over the last 5 years especially, the crime has gotten worse. I understand the statistics that it's gone down over the last 2 years. However, it was at a really big height for a while. And you know as well as I do, the carjacking and the homelessness here at our nation's capital is something that is a huge concern. I actually think the president and the Mayor Bowser, do have a respective relationship to each other, especially this term. There was a little bit of a friction when he was leaving last time, but they have built a really good relationship. But what I keep calling, and who I've been saying this for years, we have a city council that is the council of no consequences. They have absolutely taken the power away of our police force to actually punish the crimes that people are doing. And so the mayor's hands are even tied in regards to homelessness, carjacking. I mean, my biggest issue that I've been learning about over the last 6 months is the fact that landlords in Washington, D.C., it takes 2 years to get tenants that are squatting out of their property. So there are situations that definitely need to be changed. If you go on the metro, I don't often, Joe, I don't know if you do. If you jump over the turnstile and don't feel like paying, the city council has put in no consequence rules over people doing that. There's lawlessness here. I'm not sure if it goes to the point of the National Guard at the moment, but I do think that there are things that need to be under control that the city council won't let the mayor do. So I think that she probably, I don't know.
Actually, and I'm glad that you did, because the president was spending a lot of time talking about 2-year-old data, and that was the peak to him, right? 2023, this is when you and I and everyone else around here we were talking about carjackings and casual conversation. We've seen a pretty big drop since then. The 2025 crime stats will show you that. All crime down from last year by 7%, violent crime last year down 26%, assault with a weapon down 20% from last year. Are you suggesting, though, that these levels are still high enough? Because I think we saw violent crime was at a 30-year low, but you're coming down from such lofty levels, I think is your point, Ashley, that something still needs to be done here. Would it help the president to cite all of this data and not look at something 2 years old?
Potentially, and again, I don't know the data since post-COVID, pre-COVID, post-COVID, and it's something I would like to dig into, or, for sure, because I think it's really important information. But again, I go back to not just violent crimes. Obviously, I mean, I've had several friends that have been carjacked. Obviously, there's some people that have been killed during hijackings and carjacking. So I think that this is something that has to get under control. But again, if you don't have any consequences, if you do not punish even small crimes, then there's lawlessness in the city. So I think what he's trying to do, obviously there was a tipping point last week with the former staffer who was beat up in the streets. But I think that there are certain, and there was also an intern for one of our members of Congress that was murdered, about a month ago. So there is serious crime here. I think what he's trying to do is also get rid of the homeless stuff. I mean, if you look at the mayor's ability to do that, she has very limited ability to get rid of the homeless. I mean, I was talking about this for months. Why are there so many homeless camps? And first of all, for the health of the homeless, but also for making the city safe. And her hands are tied because of some of the legislation that city council passed.
Understood, although I will say that there actually was a pretty large encampment right in front of this building in a small park that the city did move out. some time ago. As we understand with the Home Rule Act, actually, the president can federalize the city's police department, Metro Police here, in 48-hour increments, retaining the power to supersede City Hall for discrete periods of time, not this open-ended thing. Do we know how this is going to work? Do you just re-up every 48 hours here? And how will that help the police to be federalized?
Well, I think there's two questions. He could continue to do the 48 hours. I don't know how long he will do that because there's not, as you mentioned at the beginning, there's not riots in the streets right now or anything like that. But I'm assuming he'll use the National Guard to completely move out the homeless camps. I have no idea 100%, but that's what I'm assuming he's going to use. He's not going to continue doing this for 48 hours, I wouldn't think, for the next 6 months. And the police, if he is able to, because of the home rule, change the ability to prosecute some of what city council again has put in place, if he is able to overturn their ability to prosecute for some of these various smaller crimes, then I think I would think the police would welcome that. Obviously, I think everyone's talking about right now the federal government, the city does not want to be bigfooted by the federal government, but there are things that just need to be changed and go back to how they were even 5 years ago.
Do we need to relook at the Home Rule Act? Because with some of the things the president has suggested, this Congress could repeal home rule. The president can do whatever he wants with the city, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's why Washington is what Washington is. So yes, but under this administration, as well as the current makeup of the House and Senate, I think that you've already seen it happen several times this year, where Congress has stripped funding for things that the government, the city council won't do in Washington D.C. I think that you'll continue to see that happening. Yeah, well, their budget, I don't think necessarily has to pass until September, from what I understand. So there is a little bit of room here, but yeah, I mean, you even look what happened with bringing the commanders back. I mean, there was so much. Again, I feel like I'm an advertisement for the mayor, but I think she really tries to bring in what she's trying to change in this city, and she needs the ability to do it. So obviously, she probably is not
to see
federal agreements.
Yeah, it's an interesting relationship between these two, and this is going to be a big test for Muriel Bowser, actually. It's great to have you. I thought we'd be talking about Russia and all kinds of things today. You just never know what you're going to get in this Washington, but with the help of Ashley Davis, we make our way through it. S3 Group Republican strategist, thank you, Ashley, for the insights. We're going to assemble our panel next to take the temperature of Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. We haven't even talked about the IRS. Did you know that another chief has been lost at the Internal Revenue Service? Billy Long says, happy birthday. Thanks for the fishes.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow lower, the S&P, NASDAQ. They are both advancing. Traders bracing for key inflation data. Have left stocks wavering near records. The S&P up 8 right now. 63.97 was trading briefly above 6,400. A gain though right now of 0.1%. The Dow lower by 88. Dow Industrials down 0.2%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 65 for NASDAQ, an advance right now of 0.3%. The Bloomberg Max 7 Index higher by 0.7%, with the 10-year currently yielding 4.25%. And ahead of the CPI report tomorrow morning, we've got the 2-year 3.74%. Gold is now down 1.6%, 33.43 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.3%, 64.08 a barrel on WTI. A Bitcoin now at 120,000, up by 1.4%. Certainly, investors are keeping an eye on trade and tariffs. Apple very much in focus. Dan Ives is global head of tech research at Wedbush Securities. He was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
When you come down to the U.S.-China trade negotiations, most of we talk about chips and 15%, NVIDIA and AMD. Apple is key to the whole thing because they're now going to be, I think, a front row seat at a lot of these negotiations now with Cook no longer on the outside looking in when it comes to Trump White House.
Dan Ives of Wedbush, he mentioned both NVIDIA and AMD. NVIDIA and AMD have agreed to pay 15% of their revenues from Chinese AI chip sales to the U.S. government in a deal to secure export licenses. Again, recapping, S&P little changed, up 0.1% for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host is Balance of Power continues the Monday edition. Here it is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie. Live from New York, Charlie Pellet watching the street for us, and he'll have more coming up top of the hour. We do this every day, live from Washington on Balance of Power, and with Charlie's help, we meet the connection between Washington and Wall Street here on Bloomberg Radio. Satellite radio, channel 121. You can hear all of our shows on Sirius XM. And you can watch our shows too on Bloomberg Originals and on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. When you get to YouTube, find the program. Just set it up and let it roll all day. That's what I do. You can stop it, pause it, back it up, whatever. It's the coolest thing going out there. Before they find out, make sure you get on board. Happy birthday, Billy Long, 70 years old. The former congressman from Missouri, celebrating a birthday today as he packs his bags for Iceland. This is not exactly how this was supposed to work out. Billy Long is now, well, let's see, I'm going to do the math in my head. He was the 5th man to leave the IRS so far this calendar year. Scott Bessent is now the 6th. Yeah, you might have heard, late Friday, the Treasury Secretary got a new job running the Internal Revenue Service. After Billy Long, a good friend of President Trump's, held the job for all of 2 months. Apparently, even though they are quite close, he's a big MAGA supporter, he was not comfortable with providing, or maybe the people around him weren't providing sensitive taxpayer information to the administration. Refusing to comply with a White House request, I read in the Washington Post, to provide more taxpayer information for tens of thousands of suspected illegal immigrants requested by DHS. They wanted him to double check, well, a whole list of names here. And had told agency executives that he would not furnish confidential taxpayer information outside of the confines of an agreement that the IRS had with DHS. They were asking for more. He said no. Just like that, we have a new IRS director. Again, though, this is Billy Long. Packing his bags for Iceland, he said on Friday, I'm assuming this is still the case, that President Trump intended to nominate him as the U.S. ambassador to Iceland. Long jokingly posting on social media that he called Trump to ask to join ICE. You know, Immigration, Customs Enforcement. Quote, I guess he thought I said Iceland, Long wrote. Oh, well. He is a multi-talented individual, by the way, and I don't know what kind of an auction system they have going in Reykjavik, but I'll tell you what, they've got a pro coming. He was auctioneer, professional auctioneer, and for that matter, a real estate developer. Billy Long never thought I'd spend this much time talking about him. And a couple of years ago, they held a hearing on Capitol Hill. Jack Dorsey, of all people, was up there testifying. And this turned into a true riot. This is the zoo that is Washington. When the now famous Laura Loomer walked in. Watch what happened. Go for it.
$30 now, here to 35, 35, 79, 40. 30 to quarter now, 30 to the 5, 400. 10 to the 4, 40, 4.5%. We're cell phone there.
That's Billy Long, the auctioneer. Got a big round of applause, by the way. I wish I had time to play the whole thing. He went on there for quite some time. It's a true skill to shut down Laura Loomer with an auction call. That's where we start with our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us. Jeannie is Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency in Congress. Rick is Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. What do you think here, Rick? I don't know if you know how to do an auction call, but did Billy Long have any idea what he was getting into when he signed up to run the IRS?
You know, he can get along with anybody, so I think that he didn't really care. IRS, ISIS, whatever, join us. Let's see what happens. I mean, there's a lot of confusion in Washington, but I don't think anything's more confusing than Billy Long's story today. And look, I mean, he didn't have a lot of experience around taxes to be the commissioner of the IRS, so there are a lot of people who are probably today breathing a sigh of relief that he's on his way to something with an ICE in it.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, of course, has all kinds of time on his hands, Jeannie. Should he be the man running the IRS just as we get to the tax filing season with a whole new tax law on the books?
Yeah, he's sort of becoming the new Marco Rubio, you know, keep putting positions on him, new positions, and see how he can do it. You know, the fact is that this was never a good fit with Long, and everybody knew it. Not only didn't he have the experience, he didn't really even suggest that he had the interest. There was a time during the short tenure he had when he was off at an auctioneering conference and then making announcements prior to the White House announcing them. And then just Thursday, before this all happened, letting IRS officials or workers off to enjoy Friday, as he calls it, so they could celebrate his birthday today. So, you know, I don't think that he was the right person for the job, as precarious and upbeat as he may be and as likable as he may be. And so they shipped him off somewhere else, and I suspect the president will be looking for somebody who can implement so many of the big changes in the big, beautiful bill. You know, I think everybody in the country should breathe a sigh of relief because there's a lot of changes coming. And these are changes that are not just adaptation, but full-fledged changes, like the no tax on tips. That's a whole new policy that has to be implemented. So you want somebody at the helm who knows what they're doing and who is prepared to do the job. And Mr. Long is going to sail off to the Atlantic sunset and be very happy in his life.
Hey, it's very beautiful over there. The Blue Lagoon. I mean, maybe he won't want to come home, but you know, Jeannie makes a great point here, Rick. We talked to the Deputy Treasury Secretary, Michael Faulconer, about this recently. It's his job, actually, to start implementing these tax law changes. Are we going to be telling a story at the beginning of next year, and when we get to filing season, creep up on April 15th, that there's a massive backlog? And, well, you know, look, we've heard this story before, but after the Doge cuts that just followed, after the musical chairs or the revolving door, whatever we call it, at the top of the IRS, is this an agency that's prepared for the season?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. As you point out, 25,000 fewer IRS employees than there were a year ago, and an appetite in Congress to make that even smaller in the next fiscal year. So, yeah, there's a real challenge for the IRS to be able to perform the basic functions of the agency. And I think that Secretary Bessent's going to have his hands full to ensure that the trains run on time. I mean, one of the things that got Billy Long in trouble was talking about starting the tax season at later next year. agency running at full speed. So, yeah, this administration tends to create challenges that only they themselves can solve, and they've done that here, both with the restructuring of the IRS, but also, as you point out, the sixth in a line so far in 7 months of this administration's leadership at IRS.
Just imagine working in an office where within 6 months you saw your sixth boss show up. I don't know what that does for morale, Jeannie, but I'm pretty sure I know what funding cuts do here. Rick just mentioned the cuts to personnel. The administration's budget proposal here for next fiscal year would cut IRS funding by more than half. Once we get to 2027 relative to this year, including a 65% cut in operations support. We know the phone's been ringing off the hook at Social Security. What's this going to do to the IRS?
These cuts can be devastating depending on how they are executed. And of course, you mentioned, 6 new bosses in a few months. Imagine having a quarter of your fellow employees all of a sudden are no longer with you. And all of that work still needs to be done, plus more that has been hoisted on top of the IRS. And the one thing that makes so little sense about any of this, Joe, is that there are very few agencies in the federal government which bring in revenue, but this is one of them. And this is a president who is bent on bringing in revenue, rightly so. And yet to cut in this way, operations funding, personnel, and to appoint somebody on top of it who everybody knows had zero background in this. This ultimately falls on the president, and I'm glad he took this step quickly, pulled the Band-Aid off quickly, but it is really up to the president to fix this IRS. But he's fixing something that he's had a large hand in breaking, and where are these revenues? That's what's got to come in. So it doesn't make a lot of sense. And the president hopefully is going to be looking for somebody who can resurrect this agency and bring in these revenues that the U.S. is depending on.
Well, Rick, does Philly Long deserve some credit for refusing to hand over a confidential taxpayer information, or is the story more nuanced than that?
Well, I'm sure there are going to be people who applaud his willingness to protect taxpayer information. Not totally clear to me, and in the reporting that I've read, what that information was going to be used for. So it may or may not be a more controversial item. I don't know. But one thing for sure is he'll take credit for having a great tax year, because that's the last guy out. I mean, 2025 is going to be receipts up over $200 billion more than last year. So at the end of the day, kudos to the IRS for slogging through it. They've increased tax revenues from 2024 by a not insignificant amount. And so, let's see what the future brings. I do wonder, who do you call if you got a question in the front office? Because Secretary Besson's going to be pretty busy beating up on a lot of countries right now to get trade deals.
That's right. Yeah, this point, I mean, we're going to end up with Scott Besson, Marco Rubio, the only two employees of the administration. Jeannie, they'll just have every title. They can split them up between them. Are you worried that a loyalist, I thought Billy Long was a loyalist, he was handpicked by Donald Trump, that another loyalist might come into the agency here and actually provide the information that Long was asked to provide?
Yeah, I think that's the concern. The president, as we know, throughout this administration, his focus is not on appointing the people who are most skilled at or most qualified to do these jobs, but who are most loyal to him. It is understandable when you are running anything that you want people loyal to you, but you can't put that above qualifications and expertise, because this is what you end up with. And again, there's a good reason that the IRS is not used to track down immigration, illegal immigrants, and that is because its main job is to take in the funding that all of our lives depend on. And anytime you take a step to use it to crack down on illegal immigration, you undermine their ability to take in funds. And so I think the president has to think very carefully about how he moves forward, because this is the most important agency in the government for what he hopes to do.
Jeannie Sheehan and Rick Davis, our great panel. We'll be back in our second hour. We haven't even brought up the public safety emergency in DC, and I'm deeply curious to hear what you both have to say about it. The National Guard being deployed in Washington. We'll have much more on that ahead.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Donald Trump prepares for the most important meeting of his presidency. Welcome to the Monday edition on the early side here on Balance of Power. As we look to Friday's summit between President Trump and Vladimir Putin, we'll talk about the stakes and chances for peace with Brett Bruen from the global situation room coming up in just a moment. Chip makers NVIDIA and AMD will pay the administration to sell AI chips in China. We're going to talk about the Quid Pro Quo today with Jennifer Welch at Bloomberg Economics. And as President Trump deploys National Guard troops to the streets of D.C., we'll talk about his public safety emergency and what it means for the capital city with our panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us for the hour. And it's all after a look at Wall Street. We get to Charlie Pellet and the markets right now from World Headquarters in New York.
And good day, Joe Matthew. Right now, we're looking at a U.S. stock market, little change ahead of key inflation data, the CPI report tomorrow morning. S&P right now up 2 points at 63.92. Any advance today will be another record. We've got the S&P up just under 0.1%. The Dow up down 127 right now. Dow Industrials are declining by 0.3%. Nasdaq Composite Index trading at a record. Nasdaq right now up 39. That is a gain of just about 0.2%. Our Mag 7 index pushing higher by 0.7%. 10-year currently yielding 4.25%, with a 2-year 3.74%. Gold is down $53 the ounce, 33.44 for the precious metal, a drop of 1.6%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.3%, 64.10 a barrel on WTI, and Bitcoin higher by 1.4%, just under $120,000 on Bitcoin. Joe mentioned chips, specifically AMD and NVIDIA. Both those companies are higher. Micron raising its fiscal fourth quarter revenue, earnings, gross margin, and operating expense outlook, citing improved pricing. Shares of Micron Technology and you on the ticker up now by 3.1%. Recapping, little change for the U.S. stock market as measured by the S&P, up 2 points now, up under 0.1%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Balance of Power continues. To your host, Joe Matthew.
Many thanks. We'll get back to Charlie Pellet a little bit from now to check on the Monday trade. As we keep our eyes on NVIDIA and AMD, as soon as I saw this headline this morning, I started wondering what the stock reaction would be. And remarkably, there hasn't been much reaction because this is unprecedented. What's coming from the White House today. The president a short time ago confirming this news that NVIDIA and AMD have agreed to pay 15% of their revenues from Chinese AI chip sales to the U.S. government. The U.S. government is getting in the chip business, apparently. And these are the AI chips that at one time were being held from China, not allowed in the market. The H20, for instance, as export controls were turned up in the name of national security. We've come a long way from that moment. President Trump, in an unrelated news conference, was asked about it earlier today. Listen.
I deal with Jensen, who's a great guy, and NVIDIA. The chip that we're talking about, the H20, it's an old chip. China already has it in a different form, different name, but they have it. Or they have a combination of two, will make up for it, and even then some. The Blackwell is super duper advanced. I wouldn't make a deal with that, although it's possible I'd make a deal, a somewhat enhanced in a negative way, Blackwell. In other words, take 30% to 50% off of it. But that's the latest and the greatest in the world. Nobody has it. They won't have it for 5 years. But the H20 is obsolete. It's one of those things, but it still has a market.
The comments about Blackwell remarkable in their own right. As we bring in Jennifer Welch, Bloomberg Economics Chief Geo Economist. Jenny, it's great to see you. Thank you so much. I can't imagine what you're thinking about this. We'll get to Blackwell. Let's start with the H20 and what we know. I'm hearing things like quid pro quo, unprecedented. Both of those are true, right? These are companies that are essentially paying for access, pay to plays.
Yeah, in two ways. Pay to play in the sense of, getting the White House to agree to essentially allow them to sell their chips to China, and in the sense of getting them access to the Chinese market. As you noted, it was only actually a few months ago that we decided to not allow the H20 chips to be sold to China. As President Trump noted, they are not as powerful as the cutting edge chips, but they're still pretty powerful, and that was the reason behind initially banning the export of them.
Just weeks ago, by the way.
Yes, not that long ago, exactly. Now the scheme seems to be able to allow the U.S. government to reap a lot of revenue, allow NVIDIA and AMD to also reap revenue from selling to the Chinese market, and China to gain from having access to these still pretty powerful chips.
The idea of just talking about Blackwell, which is the newest and best that NVIDIA has, and there's quite a backlog to get them. It just gives you the sense that he's willing to make a deal on just about anything.
Yeah,
First, he
national
said he
security is a
wouldn't.
price tag.
Well, that's right. So is that the case here? And Jenny, to the extent that this is legal, do we know, is this constitutional?
So on the first question, it does seem like it's sort of the commoditizing export controls or national security policies. And we saw that earlier this year, in fact, where the Trump administration put in place some export controls that were explicitly about building leverage in talks with China. And then they immediately rolled them off once they got to an agreement in London with the Chinese on a true trade truce in order to get the rare earths to flow back in, right? So we have seen this before from this team. On the second question of legality, that's an interesting one because it very much looks like an export tax, which isn't constitutional, but it's also technically, it seems, a voluntary agreement by these companies. So maybe that's the legality on which it stands. I think the question that I would be asking if I was an executive for a firm that produces things that are export controlled is, will I be next?
Right, absolutely. Do we know where the money goes, by the way? And what it would be used for?
No.
Special NVIDIA account somewhere at the White House?
Unclear, yeah, unclear.
Unclear where the money goes, unclear where the line is, I'm guessing. Because it seems to me if 15% gets you to sell H-20s in China, would 50% be enough to sell Blackwells, Beijing?
Right, and it wasn't clear when President Trump was talking at that press conference. Some of it might have been about the capacity of the chip itself, how powerful it is. But is there going to be a fee for power sort of ratio applied there?
So they turn it down 30% or something like that. I don't know. Tomorrow's supposed to be a big deadline with China. This was the trade truce that was to be expiring tomorrow, but there's talk of it being extended. What's your expectation?
I think it looks very likely it's going to be extended. Certainly the chief negotiators for that deal, Secretary Lutnick, Secretary Bassett, have indicated they expect that President Trump will approve an extension. Maybe he's just trying to make the Chinese sweat a little bit by holding out till the last moment. But all signs seem to point to he doesn't want an escalation of that trade war. He wants some sort of deal. You know, he was talking about soybeans earlier. We've seen that there's been probably some ongoing conversations about U.S. export controls. So I think all signs are pretty positive, but as with everything President Trump, you never know until he says the last word on it.
Well, that's for sure. What should we be looking for, though, in the next couple of days when it comes to China specifically? Because we were said this was the big one. It would take months, if not years, to actually get to a real trade deal with China, but we've been seeing these framework arrangements that maybe something emerges in the next week or so. What stage are we at in this game?
My expectation is a little bit more calibrated, that I think they're probably going to extend the truce to give themselves more time to negotiate and work towards some sort of deal that perhaps the leaders, if they do meet later this fall, can announce. That might involve something like purchase agreements, export control rules, maybe something from China on fentanyl as well.
Sure.
But I think more along those lines probably still would take some time to get there.
Really interesting, Jenny. Thank you so much. Jennifer Welch, Bloomberg Economics Chief Geo Economist. This is why we have Jenny handy. Try to figure out exactly what's going on. It's not always that easy when it comes to the confusion around tariffs. In this case, a potential export tax. We're watching shares of both NVIDIA and AMD, and they're moving higher. Thought this might weigh on the shares this morning when the headline first broke. NVIDIA right now up about 0.3%, almost $1. AMD is doing pretty well. It's up 1.5%, up more than $2 a share. You can read a lot more about this on the terminal. It is one of the biggest stories of the day. NVIDIA and AMD to pay 15% of China AI chip sales. The other big one, of course, brings us to the end of the week, and that would be Friday. We now know that the meeting will take place in Alaska. We don't have a lot of other details at this point. President will be wheels up to Alaska Friday, and at some point during the day, we don't have a time either. He will be in a room with Vladimir Putin, talking about presumably the end of the war in Ukraine. The president did get into this earlier at his news conference in the briefing room. Let's listen.
You know, I'm going to see Putin. I'm going to Russia on Friday.
Det ingen som skjønner noen ting. De på Bloomberg skjønner ikke hvorfor Nvidia opp og AMD når de må betale 15% netto profit eller omsetning til USA, staten USA. Og den opp. Det ingen som de snakket om det på Bloomberg. Det bare, hvorfor de opp? De har mistet 15% av omsetningen sin. Og de opp 0,34 og 0,20. AMD burde gått til dass. Nvidia burde gått til dass i dag. Gull burde gått opp. Det ingen som skjønner noen ting. De snakker om det på Bloomberg nå. Ingen skjønner en shit. Jeg skjønner ikke en dritt her sjøl. Hvorfor er ikke Natlak i blodrødt i dag? Hvorfor er Nvidia i grønt, liksom? De mista nettopp 15% av omsetninga si, som de skal selge til kineserne. Og AMD også. På Bloomberg nå så de bare skjønner ingenting.
Dirty and disgusting this once beautiful Capitol was, with graffiti all over the walls. It's another part of it, by the way, because we're talking about safety, but we're also talking about beautification.
Beautification, indeed, he has been talking about today. Brett Bruen has spent a career as a diplomat and now a consultant in this field, the president of the Global Situation Room, former White House Global Engagement Director with us in studio here. In the mean streets of Washington, Brett, great to see you.
Yeah, survived the
We got at it from the mean streets of Old Town to the dystopian center of Washington here. Congratulations. I've got a lot of questions for you, and I suspect you've got some questions that need to be answered as well. This was initially framed as a win for Putin just to get in a room with Donald Trump. Now we're the host nation. How is this going to unfold on Friday in Alaska?
Well, let's start with that, because normally in diplomacy, you would hold that back. A trip to the United States. We all remember when Trump raised the prospect in his first term of the Taliban coming to Camp David, and there were a lot of us sitting around. Maybe the reason they didn't come was that's just so strategically stupid. And now we're inviting the leader of a country that's invaded an ally, not to sign an agreement, not because he's made major concessions, just to feel each other out, according to the president earlier today. That's not the sort of thing that you do in sequential order. You start with the substance, and then you get to the superficial stuff.
Right? They should, I guess in the traditional sense, be showing up with an agreement already. Coming here to codify this agreement. Will there be other people in the room? Will this go on for hours? What do you expect?
Well, we know from past meetings, even past telephone calls, Trump likes to go mano a mano with Putin, maybe a Russian translator in there, which means there are no American eyes or ears on that conversation concerning, yes, who will be in the room? Probably Marco Rubio, not least of which because he holds like 11 different cabinet positions at the moment.
Yes.
But also on top of that, look, the question of Volodymyr Zelensky. We are talking about Ukraine, and yet Ukraine still is a question mark. You know, it's interesting, J.D. Vance yesterday saying, well, we'll kind of see and work that out. No, that's something you work out before you extend the invitation to Putin. And the price of Putin getting to come to the U.S. is sitting at a table with Volodymyr Zelensky. And the notion that they haven't worked these things out ahead of time is just really perplexing.
He just said this morning that the next meeting would likely be between Putin and Zelensky as he saw it, or all three of them, because he'd be glad to show up and help to mediate this. He's approaching this as the man who wants the Nobel Peace Prize. Does that bring its own liability?
Well, let me disabuse those around this town who are floating the idea that the Nobel Committee, a committee of Swedes, Norwegians, who believe firmly in things like anti-colonialism, are going to give a guy who's threatening to colonize not one, not two, but multiple countries the Peace Prize. Because when we talk about peace, we're not just talking about, you know, this kind of superficial social post that Trump puts out there and claims that it's a peace deal. We're talking about real substantive peace deals. And Joe, you and I have had conversations about this, but you know, when we're involved in peace deals, there are chapters, there are whole volumes that are involved in, you know, borders as well as how exchanges of troops and the whole confidence building measure. None of that is here with any of these deals.
Well, in the meantime, Volodymyr Zelensky is sitting in his office reading stories about freezing lines in place that we're going to hand over the Donbass and Crimea. The president referred to these so-called land swaps. I was asked about this earlier today, Brett. Let's listen to what he said.
The next meeting will be with Zelensky and Putin, or Zelensky and Putin and me. I'll be there if they need, but I want to have a meeting set up between the two leaders. I was a little bothered by the fact that Zelensky was saying, well, I have to get constitutional approval. I mean, he's got approval to go into war, and kill everybody, but he needs approval to do a land swap. Because there'll be some land swapping going on. I know that through Russia and through conversations with everybody. To the good, for the good of Ukraine. Good stuff, not bad stuff. Also, some bad stuff, for both.
Some bad stuff. Land swapping. Are we talking about Donbass and Crimea in exchange for Zaporizhia or something very lopsided? What does he mean by swapping?
Just to be clear, it is 2025. It is not 1825.
Yeah.
The President of the United States does not get to swap territories of other countries. That is why we had the Peace of Westphalia of 1638. It is critically important that Trump understand what he can and what he cannot negotiate away. And at the end of the day, not only Ukraine, but our European allies are not going to accept that Trump is rewarding somebody who invaded another country, that he is deciding what the borders of Ukraine will be. Ultimately, yes, it is up to the Ukrainian constitution. More importantly, it's up to the Ukrainian people to make that determination.
Well, so from the idea of rewarding Russia for its behavior, and that does seem to be the essence of the agreement that we have been talking about, at least in the past couple of days. By the way, there is an alternate European plan that we can get into as well, that I'm not sure the president has a lot of interest in. But look, I'm going to ask you this, and you might not want to answer it. A lot of the analysis recently has referred to Munich, that the president is walking into the next Munich. Is that where your head is?
I think it's worse in some sense.
It's worse?
Yes, because in the sense that we faced back in the run-up to World War II with Adolf Hitler, with the threat that he posed, a clear and present danger. But what Putin does is actually in many ways more nefarious, because he is, yes, in some cases, like in Ukraine, directly attacking a sovereign country, but in others, he's undermining from inside. That includes in the United Kingdom and other parts of Europe. And here in the United States, that again is why it is so strange that you would invite Vladimir Putin to American territory while he is still actively working to undermine our institutions, our ideals, the borders of the United States. I mean, I think it was somewhat of a Freudian slip today when Trump suggested he was going to Russia. I certainly hope that Alaskan territory, American territory, is not in the cards with these land swaps. But, you know, I do have to say, at least in the Munich agreement, there was a European and American consensus about the rights of certain countries, about international law. There is not currently, and that's what makes this moment, Joe, so dangerous.
European plan rejecting this Russian proposal here to keep the eastern Donbass. There was a big meeting over the weekend calling for a diplomatic end here and protect Ukraine's interests. Does Donald Trump care what our European allies think? He suggested he give them a call and let them know what happened after this meeting.
So here's the funny thing. Trump now, a good 200 days into his term, is starting to realize, yes, you can bluster, you can bulldoze over our allies, but then it comes back to bite you in the rear end, because they are not going to cooperate in other ways. And yes, he can certainly, with Ursula von der Leyen and the European Union, try to impose his 15% tariffs, one-way tariffs on the EU. But they, in this notion of reciprocity in international relations, are able to find ways to be less cooperative on fronts that we need them.
Fascinating. I'd love to talk to you once this meeting takes place. This is why we bring in Brett Bruen. Fascinating conversation. We always learn something from Brett at the Global Situation Room. Many thanks for the insights. Brett, we're going to assemble our political panel next. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano will join us as the president deploys National Guard troops to the streets of D.C. It's straight ahead, only here on Bloomberg.
It's 121 on Wall Street. The tech markets all day long. For a Bloomberg, we have got the S&P 500 index wavering right now. Little change over the S&P up 1.6390, a gain of less than 0.1%. The Dow down 177, down 0.4%, while Nasdaq is higher by 38, up by about 0.2%. Traders bracing for key inflation data. The CPI tomorrow morning, leaving stocks wavering near records. The 10-year currently yielding 4.26%, the 2-year 3.74%. Gold is down $54 the ounce, down 1.6%, 33.43. And West Texas Intermediate crude 64.14 a barrel, up by 0.4%. Bitcoin just below $120,000. Bitcoin right now up by 1.2%. Ford has unveiled new plans for a line of budget electric vehicles in a $5 billion bid to achieve the massive deal that has so far eluded its money-losing EV business. Again, recapping, S&P will change, up now by 1 point for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Balance of Power continues. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie. Many thanks, Charlie Pellet. We'll get back to Charlie for more on the Monday trade coming up a short time from now. It is one of those days where we have a bit of a three-ring circus, multiple lead stories that we're juggling here on Balance of Power. It's just another Monday in August, the 11th, in fact, and thank you for joining us on the Monday edition here on Bloomberg TV and radio. As you heard a short time ago, NVIDIA and AMD talked about it with Jennifer Welch paying 15% of China AI chip sales, a massive story coming out of Washington today that has our eyes on shares of both of those companies. We've got the Trump and Putin meeting on Friday, as we just talked about with Brett Bruen. And then we've got what's happening here in our capital city. This locally is the biggest story of the day, I would suggest. And if you're with us on 99.1, we see you. We live here too. The president, of course, referring to crime and homelessness in Washington, D.C., promising a news conference this morning. And he did hold that news conference. Quite remarkable. As we saw in Los Angeles, the president is going to be deploying National Guard troops to the streets of D.C., invoking a public safety emergency. About 800 troops, based on what we're hearing so far, but also deploying federal law enforcement from about a dozen agencies across town. The president spoke to reporters about it a short time ago. Listen.
Told them, whatever happens, you know, they love to spit in the face of the police as the police are standing up there, in uniform, they're standing, and they're screaming at them an inch away from their face, and then they start spitting in their face. And I said, you tell them, you spit and we hit, and they get hit real hard.
You spit, we hit, the president saying as he was flanked by his Attorney General and Secretary of Defense. It's not just the National Guard troops. The President of the United States is also federalizing the local police department, the DC Metro Police, and under our Home Rule Act, that is in fact allowed, although only for increments of 48 hours. So it's unclear exactly how that would run. And one of our biggest questions right now is, what does the mayor think of this? We sat down just a few weeks ago this summer with Muriel Bowser to talk about her relationship with this administration, working with Donald Trump. Here's a bit of what she said.
President Trump left DC during COVID, which cities were ravaged by COVID. From homelessness to increases in crime to with lack of services because government agencies were shuttered. And we worked very hard to get that image out of his mind because that's not the DC of today. In fact, we've driven down crime to a 30-year low. Our tourism recovered in 2024. Our kids were the fastest back to school, and our school population has rebounded. An investment in DC, people are looking hard at us because of some of the changes we're making in our business environment. We are lowering taxes. We are cutting red tape, and we are incentivizing good businesses to start here, grow here, and hire DC residents.
So do you feel like you have a partner in the White House or an obstacle?
Well, it's a partnership we work on every day. Certainly, the president has an outsized influence over the city of Washington because it's the nation's capital. So we like him to make some bigger investments like Union Station, and continuing to be a partner in developing RFK, helping us retool and reskill our workers, and asking him to pause on these separations and rehire qualified people.
That partnership that Mayor Bowser talked about is being tested severely right now as we assemble our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us right now. Jeannie is Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick is Republican strategist and partner at Stoneport Capital. Rick, I'm going to start with you because with some exceptions, you spent the bulk of your life living here in the Mid-Atlantic area, in the Washington, D.C. region. You know this city about as well as anybody that I know. Is this required? Is this necessary now? And is it legal?
You know, so much of what Donald Trump does is not just for impact, but for symbolism. And I got to believe, based on
Min PC henger seg hele fuckings tida.
The murder rate is plummeting. It's at the lowest in history. And yet, we have an emergency requiring the president to federalize DC. And those two things just don't comport. And of course, the data that you're talking about, all the data we've looked at don't comport. And so this is another example in a long line of what Donald Trump has been doing since he came back to office, which has been declaring emergencies that the data doesn't support in order to expand.
Oi, nå skjedde det der.
Talk about it all the time.
Nå kom det melding til han. Hva er det som kom nå? Nå kom det et eller annet.
That the courts are looking to see if and this will certainly go to the courts and people will be able to vet whether these numbers add up.
Er det noen som har noen news her nå? På hva som kom akkurat nå?
But about President Trump talking about the fact that this may spread to other cities, this may spread to Illinois, to Chicago.
Gikk opp og ned med $10 her. Er det ingen som har noen news? Jeg ser jo ikke den jævla fitte-PC-en her, altså.
At the top of the president's agenda today on August 11th, with as much going on in our country and the world as is going on, is he creating an emergency where the data suggests that none exists. And I think we can think about answers to that question, but one comes to mind when a reporter asked about the Epstein files, the press conference ended abruptly, and that was that.
You know, you're not the first person to use that name today, Jeannie, as people say, why now? Why not in the first term, for instance, when crime, in fact, was higher based on the stats that we're seeing? Rick, from a political standpoint, when you consider the electorate watching this locally here in Washington and all over the country, based on what we saw in California following the tariff stuff that Jeannie mentioned, does the voter begin to fatigue when it comes to emergencies? How many emergencies can America take?
Yeah, I wonder if anybody really even focuses on that. I mean, we obviously are, policy nerds. We get in the weeds on the authorities that the president and the Congress has to exercise their various powers. And yet what the public sees is today Donald Trump deployed federal troops in DC. And I don't think people really are going to second guess him on what powers he has to do that.
Ok, men det visste vi jo.
To blow through those kinds of questions. He never actually addresses his authorities. He assumes those authorizations and focuses instead on the real act that...
Kom det ut nå en pro?
Controversy and a lot more to do with just the politics of Donald Trump. Like Donald Trump's been talking about city blight, for 4 decades. He used to rail about it in New York. He's railed about it here and everywhere.
Er det ingen som hører meg her, eller? Hallo?
Jo, vi hører deg. Det er bare sikkert med oss inn og lete.
Men kom den der meldingen fra Truth Social akkurat nå med tariffen?
Det skjer en intro, kanskje.
For det, er det den som kom akkurat nå? For jeg får ikke logge den på Truth Social på den PC-en her. Jeg må vite om den meldingen kom nå. Ikke om den er den gamle meldingen. Er det den som kom nå? Kan noen se om den kom nå? Det er litt viktig. Jo, den kom akkurat nå. Ja, da kommer Nasdaq til å falle. Derfor er det viktig for å vite om den kom nå, eller om den kom i stad. For det er nå for reaksjonen. Nå går gull som hva faen. Nå kommer Nasdaq til dette, tenker jeg. Fy faen, se gull, da. Jeg har kjøpt så mye gull, så jeg kan ikke kjøpe noe mer. Og det er litt skummelt å kjøpe, for det kommer, de CPI-tallene kommer i morgen. Men... bare noe... Nettet her. Jeg får ikke... 2 sekunder. Nei, jeg gjør ikke den. Sånn. Alt henger seg hos meg. Absolutt alt. Jeg får ikke bytta engang. Okay. Jeg må restarte PC-en. Det er ingenting som funker her. 2 sekunder. Ikke noe funker. Hva? Det er så dritt. Jeg får ikke... Oi, nå har jeg fått pluss på den jævla shorten min på Nasdaq. Jeg skjønte ikke hvorfor ikke den falt i dag, ass.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Headline from Bloomberg Professional Service with President Trump saying, quote, gold will not be tariffed. That word in a Truth Social post. Right now, we've got spot gold trading lower. Gold down by 1.3%, 33.55 the ounce. Again, the headline on the Bloomberg, President Trump says, quote, gold will not be tariffed. The Dow and the S&P, they're both trading lower right now. Wall Street traders bracing for key inflation data are leaving stocks wavering near records. The S&P down 5, Trump there just under 0.1%. The Dow is down 193, a decline of 0.4%. NASDAQ well off session highs, up 7 now, up less than 0.1%. The 10-year at 4.26%, the 2-year 3.74%. Gold, as we mentioned, down 1.2%, 33.56 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude up just under 0.1%, WTI 63.92 a barrel. And Bitcoin now up 1.1% at 119,680 on Bitcoin. TKO Group shares, they are up almost 8% after Paramount Skydance acquired the exclusive rights to show all events from the Ultimate Fighting Championship in the U.S. over the next 7 years. Again, TKO up now by just about 8%. Recapping S&P lower by 5, down 0.1% for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe.
Okay, Charlie Pellet, thank you. As always, Sir Charlie will be back at the top of the hour with more on the Monday trade. This is Balance of Power, the Monday edition on Bloomberg TV and radio. Glad you joined us. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, where we're talking NVIDIA and AMD once again today because of very important news from the White House. Maybe we should have known something was cooking when we heard that the export controls on the H20 chips from NVIDIA specifically had been cranked back. But the sales had not begun. A couple of weeks went by. Licenses still had not been granted to NVIDIA to sell the H20s in China. Then there was a deal. Fast forward to today, the licenses are going out. And both NVIDIA and AMD are both now agreeing to pay 15% of the money they take in from selling AI chips in China to the US government. The administration is in the chip business. According to this plan, we have a lot of questions about exactly how this will work, where the money will go. The president was asked about it during his news conference this morning at the White House, specifically referring to Jensen Huang at NVIDIA. Listen.
I deal with Jensen, who's a great guy. NVIDIA. The chip that we're talking about, the H20, it's an old chip. China already has it in a different form, different name. Or they have a combination of two will make up for it and even then some. The Blackwell is super duper advanced. I wouldn't make a deal with that, although it's possible I'd make a deal, a somewhat enhanced in a negative way Blackwell. In other words, take 30% to 50% off of it. But it's the latest and the greatest in the world. Nobody has it. They won't have it for 5 years. But the H20 is obsolete. You know, it's one of those things, but it still has a market.
It's a big market, as NVIDIA would be expected to make billions. The White House maybe will too, by scooping 15% from those sales. What the president said about Blackwell is very significant, by the way. Nobody ever thought Blackwell was on the table here. But as he suggests, an enhanced in a negative way Blackwell, suggesting that it would be not enhanced, and in fact a lower power, lower achieving chip. Maybe there's a deal to be made there. I've never heard that floated, and this will be a fascinating thing to witness. He says they won't have it for 5 years. Maybe they will sooner than later here. Knowing that a month went by after the export controls were loosened, a month went by before this deal was struck, and 2 days later, the licenses were granted. I want to talk about this with Anna Ashton, the founder of Ashton Analytics, is with us, specialist in U.S.-China trade, as you've heard many times here on this program. Economics, former China analyst with the Department of Defense. Anna, it's great to see you. Welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. There were questions about the legality of this move. Is it in fact unprecedented?
It certainly is unprecedented, Joe. We've never seen the U.S. government prior to this grant export controls in exchange for a percentage of the revenue. So yes, it is unprecedented.
Do you think it's constitutionally allowed? Is this legal?
I don't know if it's legal. I think that we're at a moment where the president feels fairly confident that he can bend the rules. I mean, if you look at the situation with TikTok, there's a law saying that TikTok shouldn't be operating in the United States now. But it's been, the implementation of that has been extended a couple of times and no one's even really talking about it anymore, despite the fact that there has been no sale. So I think, you know, Trump is probably on pretty firm ground in assuming that he can get away with this regardless of what, you know, the exact law actually is, and that Congress will back him up, at least this Congress. He is definitely facing criticism from national security folks, and there are plenty of people in Congress who have historically taken more of the national security line about issues like this. So I'm sure that we will hear a response to this from members of Congress that expresses concern. But, you know, there's a difference between expressing concern and actually doing anything about it.
Love to know what the China Select Committee thinks about this. We're going to be talking with Project Krishnamurthy on the late edition of Balance of Power, and so we will go there. Anna, analysis from Jenny Welch at Bloomberg Economics, she's our geoeconomics analyst, suggests that this quid pro quo agreement is in fact a targeted export tax, which the Constitution outlaws. So I'll be deeply curious to see if this holds up in court, if it's challenged. But there's a greater question, Anna, about where the line is here. Could Jensen Huang simply pay up more and start selling black wells tomorrow in China as well?
It sounds like what Trump was suggesting, Joe, is that any sales of black wells would have to involve, you know, modifying them so that they are not as cutting edge as they are now, which is essentially what the H2O chips are. They're modified to be less than cutting edge.
You know, maybe I'll take that example off the table then. I think the question is, could Jensen Huang sell anything he wants as long as the price is high enough? We've cracked the door on this. We've set the precedent, Anna. How far could it go?
You know, I think it depends on whether the primary motivation here from the White House is finding ways to raise revenue with trade relationships, or whether the primary motivation in this particular instance is reaching an agreement with their Chinese counterparts. And I think it's a combination of that. Obviously, this administration is determined to get more for the U.S. economy out of trade relationships, you know, in their mind, get more for the U.S. economy out of trade relationships. And in that respect, this is consistent with sort of the broader trade policy of raising tariffs because tariffs represent revenue. But on the other hand, you know, we've got these ongoing negotiations with Chinese counterparts that seem to have been motivated strongly by China's rare earths and magnets export licensing regime, which was implemented in April. And although the initial talks did result in a big upswing in China's exports of rare earths and magnets in June, the July numbers are down considerably from the June numbers. And that continues to be an issue that seems to be causing the White House quite a bit of stress. So this also could be part of a deal specifically with Beijing to try to ensure that the United States continues to receive adequate amounts of rare earths and magnets.
Sure, understood. So we've got this deadline tomorrow on the trade truce, assuming this is all connected somehow. Are you just waiting for the announcement on tomorrow's deadline to be extended?
You know, I think we all of us who are concerned with the trade relationship hope that there will be an extension, because the possibility of a snapback of, you know, 245% tariffs on Chinese imports is one that is sort of stomach churning for an awful lot of businesses, and ultimately would, you know, definitely be passed down to some extent to U.S. consumers, so it would raise prices. I think both sides want to extend the tariff deadline, but the question is, can they reach mutually amenable terms? And that is clearly coming down to the wire.
Sure is. The current truce expires 12:01 a.m. Wednesday. So we have the rest of today and tomorrow to figure this out. If they do not extend that truce, extend that deadline, tariffs would jump above 50%. Anna, great to see you. Anna Ashton, thank you as always. Ashton Analytics, with her eyes on China. We'll have more news on China this week. As we turn to gold, the president continuing to flood the zone in his second 100 days. Well, I guess we're beyond that now. We're at 205 or something today. Gold, yes, indeed. The president on Truth Social, gold will not be tariffed, he says. Exclamation point. That's the whole post. Remembering the back and forth next week that sent gold to the moon and then a whole round trip back to where we started, following reports that imported gold bars would be tariffed. Mike McGlone joined us. He's back now with the update here. Senior commodity strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence, enjoying the sweet air of the Midwest this week. Mike, it's great to have you with us. Is this what we had already priced in on Friday? Just making it official?
Joe, you nailed it with your introduction of it. I'm actually in Indiana today in the heartland. The key thing about gold is it just absolutely loves this Trump gold market. And you saw this, one of those other nuances, the potential for the tariffs, which is kind of silly, but now we're seeing it's not going to happen in gold. The bottom line for gold is the nuances of Mr. Trump are nothing but good. And for example, is pushing back in the data from US BLS, which means, okay, our data is now somewhat supposedly going to be the music that dies, the trust in that data, and then pushing back the Federal Reserve independence and just the volatility. Gold loves. I think the way gold's looking at this right now, it's just waiting for next catalyst to shoot up out to a new high in the macro. It's building a really good support around 3,300 an ounce. That's been happening for 4 or 5 months. We call it a bull flag. I think the key catalyst for gold to just break out higher is just a little bit of back and fill U.S. stock market, a little bit of volatility, and it's August, volatility very low.
The bull flag is 3,300. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, the base for the bull flag. The first time we traded 3,300 ever was in April. Remember that big swoon in the
Sier på Bloomberg at gull skal gå til all time high.
There's been more central bank buying and a significant shift in ETF flows to inflows. For 4 years, we're outflows. Now this year we have almost 10% of inflow. That means almost 9 million ounces of gold just flown in. People are buying gold and looking for protection, I think. They're looking for a store value.
Really fascinating. All-time high, 22nd of July, right? 34.43.70. And it's been basing ever since that swoon following Liberation Day. There you see it, 34.08 right now. We're down a bit. 3,300 is where Mike has support. Where's resistance? Because we're going to bump into some overhead here around 3,400, right?
Yeah, 3,500 is really the high for the year in the market. And the futures were a little distorted. I remember those futures will always stay at a higher price because of the cost of carry. You have to add that price to the futures. So to me, it's everybody knows 3,500, just a matter of trying to get the next round number, which is 4,000.
Fantastic. All right. And the more gold leaf that goes into the Oval Office, that doesn't impact the price.
Sier at når gull skal gå til 4,000, sier jeg.
It's not. You know, I've got Mike McGlone on the line, so I've got to ask you just in our remaining moment about Bitcoin here, Mike. Bitcoin loves Trump as well, and he's been awfully good for it. With 401ks added to the mix, we could be looking at a new all-time high here as well. What's your expectation?
I think that's what happens to me and Joe. The biggest problem with Bitcoin is it's a risk-on asset, and it's much more likely to go up. If the stock market goes up, gold is a risk-off asset. It's actually been negative correlated in the stock market. If the stock market goes up, gold might suffer. But the stock market goes down, I think that gold is going to really beat Bitcoin this year. It's about the same.
Hallo, har nesten ikke noe støy. Utrolig at Nasdaq ikke faller mer, ass. helt utrolig. Til og med på Bloomberg bare, hva faen skjer med video? Hvorfor tryner den ikke, liksom? De mistet akkurat 15% av omsetningen sin. Det er jo helt gale, Mathias. Jeg har sagt det hele dag, da er det typisk at det skjer etterpå. Når alle bare, oi, det er negativt, det er ikke positivt. Og så faller han først etterpå, ikke sant? Er ikke det sånn typisk? Meldingen kom i går, og så går det et døgn før folk skjønner hva faen det betyr for noe. Så der da, nå kommer Nasdaqene. Også Nasdaq, da. Den trengte jeg, altså.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenbeck, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
A very good afternoon, everybody, live from the Bloomberg Business Week studios in New York. I'm Tim Stenbeck, joined by Isabel Lee from the Bloomberg News Processing team. It is Monday, August 11th, 2025, and it is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Isabel, how are you?
I'm excited to be here. A great day to start the week. Markets are really just edging higher.
Edging higher, we're kind of hovering around all-time highs. We're going to have more from Charlie Pellet in just a minute. I should note, Carol Masser is off today. She is back later this week. We're going around the world on Bloomberg Business Week over the next 60 minutes. We're going to start with China and what it means for NVIDIA, for AMD, and for the U.S. government for these companies to share their China revenue with the U.S.
And we're going to the Middle East. The quote, all-or-nothing strategy to end the Israel-Hamas war. Our Middle East geoeconomics lead joins us from Geneva.
And to Russia and Ukraine. Former British trade official Ed Price is back with us in the studio. He's going to share his view on why he argues that America is aiding and abetting Russia. All that and more coming up over the next 60 minutes right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. First up, a check of the day's trade. And Top business stories, here he is, Charlie Powell.
Thank you very much. Welcome back, Tim. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ now in the red. Wall Street refraining from making big bets ahead of key inflation data. CPI report coming out tomorrow morning. Stocks wavering near records for right now. S&P is down 4, drop there of just about 0.1%, 63.84 on the S&P. The Dow just about 44,000 even, lower by 171 points, down 0.4%. While NASDAQ is lower by 12, drop there of 0.1%. Our Mag 7 index up 0.3%, and spot gold right now down $40 the ounce, down 1.2%. President Trump saying imports of gold will not face U.S. tariffs, weighing in after a federal ruling caused chaos and confusion in global bullion markets. In a post on social media on Truth Social, the president said, quote, gold will not be tariffed. Bitcoin right now up 0.9%, 119,460, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.1%, 63.95 a barrel on WTI. Micron Technology is raising its fiscal fourth quarter revenue, earnings, gross margin, and operating expense outlook, citing improved pricing. And NVIDIA and AMD have agreed to pay 15% of their revenues from Chinese AI chip sales to the government in a deal to secure export licenses. AMD up 0.5%, NVIDIA up 0.1%, Micron surging by.
Hvor det jeg sa til dere, nå går Nvidia rødt. Nå skjønte de at oi, gi fra seg 15% av omsetningen, det er kanskje litt negativt, eller? Jævla bikkjer, ass. De ikke skjønner en fuckings dritt. Ta faen meg 12 timer før de skjønner noen ting. Forbanna idioter. Helvetes jævla gummitryner, ass. Nå skjønner investorene, oi, det var litt dårlig, oi, sånn, det var litt dritt.
President Trump making comments about this morning from the press briefing room.
I deal with Jensen, who's a great guy, and NVIDIA. The chip that we're talking about, the H20,
Nvidia rødt.
it's an old chip. China already has it in a different form, different name, but they have it. Or they have a combination of two will make up for it, and even then, the Blackwell is.
Gull bør stige mye mer.
Well, no, it's possible I'd make a deal, a somewhat enhanced in a negative way, Blackwell. In other words, take 30% to 50% off of it. But that's the latest and the greatest in the world. Nobody has it. They won't have it for 5 years. But the H20 is obsolete. You know, it's one of those things, but it still has a market.
I want to bring in Jordan Klein, Managing Director for Mizuho Securities, where he specializes in the tech sector. He joins us from New York. Jordan, I want to fact check a little bit of what we heard from the president's assessment of the H20 and of Blackwell in just a minute. But first, big picture. You're positive on this development, this revenue share from the Chinese sales from AMD and NVIDIA. Why is that?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me. I mean, look, in a simple way, I just view something as better than nothing. I mean, I'd rather have 85% of billions of revenue than 100% of nothing. And, you know, I know what kind of investors think is a catalyst for these companies, AMD and NVIDIA, and clearly it's higher growth and upward revisions. And, you know, that revenue had to come out of those forecasts and street estimates, and now it can go back in. I get it that people never like when the government's going to take a public company's money, but they're kind of doing that with tariffs already. So I think this is just another way, another form of that that opens the door for, I think, a lot more revenue down the road, potentially, as NVIDIA, you know, now can, you know, sell different versions of the chip in the future, hopefully, and the government can kind of take their cut. Who knows what they're going to do with that and how they're going to position it, but I'm sure they'll have a positive take on why they're getting this revenue and what they're going to use it for.
So let's go to what the president said, and I'll read back part of it.
Kinesere kommer til å utnytte det så til de grader.
China already has it in a different form.
Sier det er en old chip.
Is that true?
Well, they have a lot of existing H20s from when they were allowed to purchase them before the government, you know, made it illegal.
I'm not sure exactly what he means that they have it in a different form or under a different name. I think most people are aware that chips were probably illegally flowing through back channels into China, or those Chinese companies were gaining access to the computing power in offshore locations. So I wouldn't say that, and it is an older chip. Obviously, it's the Hopper generation. They're on Blackwell. I think the bigger question will be, will they, Trump and the administration allow an upgraded version of H20, like some sort of scaled down Blackwell going forward? The other thing to remember is that I have not heard, nor do we think that the US government's going to allow China to gain access to high bandwidth memory. And that's pretty important when you're training and running these massive AI models, is that you need this high performance DRAM memory, which Micron, Hynix, and Samsung make. And for all intents and purposes, that's still blocked.
Do you think that this creates a precedent where companies can pay to play in restricted markets like China? And how do you think moving forward this will shape enforcement?
Well, I think that's kind of what some of the media and the experts were saying when they looked at this, is that it opens the door for more AI relationships that are going to be built around how much do you want to pay the government to allow it, meaning the government is relaxing this control or restriction that was supposed to protect U.S. interests and allowing it, they can get a cut of the money. So in some form, it does seem a little, unfair, or, something that maybe isn't in the best interest of the United States. But at the end of the day, these are the only relationships or agreements that have been set up thus far. And I think the U.S. is going to be very careful to signal more of these type of relationships, meaning I don't think there's just going to be a free-for-all of companies who then start selling high-end technology into China to sign deals and say, oh, we'll just pay you for this, and then open the door. Like chip equipment companies, I don't think they're going to get approval to sell leading-edge tools into China. If you see that, then all bets are off, meaning the U.S. they're going to allow advanced production tools to go back into China, then I think they could pretty much allow anything. And until I see that, I don't think that's the case.
Is there any transparency on how the government plans to use the proceeds from this 15% share? And do you think this will be reinvested, for instance, in U.S. tech competitiveness?
Well, I don't think the government's even given us great clarity on how they're using the global tariffs, the reciprocal tariffs, right? I mean, they're basically helping it to fund government operations and offset spending, right, in deficits. My sense is they'll come up with something that seems very palatable and acceptable to the public and investors, to say this isn't just money going into the Treasury or the Department of Commerce budget, that we're going to use this to plow back into R&D and investment into U.S. semiconductor technology. But honestly, that remains to be seen, and I think they'll keep their options open as opposed to tying that up into some specific plan right away.
George, from a national security perspective, one of the concerns that the security community had essentially was, okay, well, if the U.S. doesn't give China access to this technology, then it's just going to provide an incentive for the country to invest in their own technology and do this in a way that could actually end up being better than American companies. Is that your view? And if yes, does this prevent them from doing that or slow them down at all? Does it decrease that incentive?
I think that's the key term, decreases that incentive. And I do believe that this is what Jensen Huang at NVIDIA, that was his case to be made to President Trump, and why we should allow these chips to be sold into China, that this would keep them heavily reliant upon U.S. technology as opposed to going elsewhere or trying to develop it at a faster pace on their own. Nothing's going to stop China from trying to become as independent on semiconductor or AI technology going forward, because they see the risk in relying heavily on the United States. But it takes a long time. You need the R&D, you need the development tools, and the United States pretty much controls a lot of that. And as a result, I think this is in our best interest for the time being, is that, we have more kind of the control or the upper hand at what they get, how fast they get it, as opposed to all of a sudden, them turning around and having better technology at a faster development pace than would have been the case if they didn't have access to this.
Jordan, gotta leave it there. Thanks for jumping in this afternoon and joining us at the top of our program. That's Jordan Klein, the Managing Director for Mizuho Securities. You can check out Jordan's quoted in quite a few articles on the Bloomberg Terminal. You can do that also at Bloomberg.com. Hey, speaking of the terminal, crossing the Bloomberg Terminal, the Federal Reserve's two vice chairs, Michelle Bowman and Philip Jefferson, and Dallas Fed President Lori Logan are under consideration to serve as chair of the central bank when the position opens next year. This according to two administration officials. Once again, a headline, FETSN expands Fed chair search to Bowman, Jefferson, and Logan. Check out that story on the Bloomberg Terminal. Well, from China to the Middle East, where Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu defended his plan for a military sweep against the final Hamas strongholds in Gaza, calling it the best available option for recovering hostages while safeguarding his country's long-term security. It's an argument that has been vocal opposition at home and abroad. Dina Esfandiari is Bloomberg Economics Middle East Geoeconomics Lead. She's also the author of New Order in the Gulf, The Rise of the UAE, and the co-author of Triple Axis, Iran's relations with Russia and China. She joins us from Geneva, Switzerland. Dina, good to have you on the program this afternoon. Is this what it will take to end the war?
In short, probably not. I think the offensive is likely to make things a lot worse. It's going to be very difficult for him to get the hostages back by doing this. The hostages are kept in heavily populated areas where a lot of Palestinians have been forced to move to. And so it's unlikely that this is going to be a low casualty operation. And in fact, in the past, they haven't managed to secure the release of hostages through military action. They've only managed to secure them through diplomacy and conversations with Hamas.
Are there credible diplomatic alternatives being discussed behind the scenes, or is this military push a signal that basically the negotiation track is over?
I think the signal is very much that, but the intention is to reopen the diplomatic track. There is a lot of behind-the-scenes diplomacy going on right now. The Qataris are getting involved, the Egyptians are getting involved, they're trying to mediate, they're trying to find a solution. And I think Netanyahu is dangling this operation as the threat, basically. Come back to the table, let's find a solution, or this is what you will face. And in that respect, it might be successful, but generally under coercion, it's hard to really lead to a fruitful outcome to talks.
Well, speaking of coercion, there's a different type of coercion or pressure being placed on Israel as we speak. Norway's $1.9 trillion wealth fund has sold off its Israeli assets. Here's what the NBIM CEO said. We are taking these measures in a very special conflict situation, describing what's happening in Gaza as a serious humanitarian crisis. The move follows a finance ministry review of the NBIM's holdings in Israel. We also see Germany, which is historically Israel's most important European ally, intending to stop supplying the Netanyahu government with arms for use in Gaza. What exactly will be the state that some of these countries recognize, as several Western countries have pledged to recognize a Palestinian state? And is this pressure going to do anything to have Israel pull back?
So for sure, international pressure on Israel is mounting right now, particularly from the Europeans, even outside of Europe, Arab states who all signed on to a UN statement last week calling for an end to the war. The recognition of Palestine is coming increasingly from various quarters, various countries. The problem is, at the moment, I don't think that's likely to lead to anything. And that's because for Israel, for the Netanyahu administration in particular, the continuation of this war serves several purposes. The first is, well, they haven't achieved their objective. Hamas is still there, and it hasn't been decimated like it was promised. On top of that, maintaining the war allows Netanyahu to alleviate some of the political pressure that he's under and allows him to sweep these corruption charges under the rug for as long as the war continues. So there doesn't seem to be much of an incentive for Israel really to end the war right now.
What's your read on the internal political pressure that Netanyahu is facing, from hostage family to the far-right coalition members? And how do you think that's shaping the timing or the framing of this offensive?
he's facing pressure from both sides. He's facing pressure across the political spectrum, and he finds himself in a very difficult position. On the one hand, some of his far-right ministers, who he needs to keep on side in order to maintain the coalition and stay in power, are calling for him to double down, to intensify the offensive. They're saying that his plans that were agreed to last week by the cabinet are not enough. They don't go far enough, and they're calling for a full occupation of Gaza. So he's getting criticism from that end. And then on the other side, he's getting criticism from, as you said, the hostage families that are saying, don't do this because you're putting our family members at risk. For now, what he's doing is kind of towing the middle line. So, putting plans in place to continue this offensive, to expand the offensive, saying that he is going to get the release of the hostages, but both sides are going to be left unhappy, and again, it's really going to leave them in a difficult spot.
Do you have any sense of what kind of military operations Israel is likely to launch if Hamas rejects the terms? And how prepared is the U.S. to support or oppose such a sweep, given especially the civilian risk?
It appears that his plans are quite expansive, and he's at the moment, Netanyahu has asked the IDF, so Israel military forces, to prepare more extensive and detailed plans for what exactly this offensive would look like, how they would go about it, how they would tackle it. In terms of U.S. support, it doesn't appear to me as though we have a Trump administration that is in any way going to stand in the way of Netanyahu. The only country that really has sway over the Israelis at the moment is the U.S. We talked about other international pressure on Israel, and that pressure is rising, but it's not going to lead anywhere, because at the end of the day, if the United States stands behind Israel, if the United States continues to send weapons to Israel, then ultimately there's really nothing holding it back.
Dina, gotta leave it there. Dina Esfandiari, Bloomberg Economics, Middle East Geoeconomics lead. She's also the author and co-author of several books. She joins us from Geneva. Coming up next, we're going to get the latest from Ed Price on his analysis of what's happening with Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the end of that conflict. That's next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. The DJ markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all in the red. Stocks right now taking a breather ahead of tomorrow morning's key inflation report. The S&P 500 index down by 7, holding close to a record 63.82. We were trading briefly above 6,400 on the S&P earlier in the day. Right now down 0.1%. The Dow down 199. A decline there of 0.5%. NASDAQ down 20, a drop there of 0.1%. Our Mag 7 index is trading higher by 0.2%. Spot gold right now down $44 the ounce, down 1.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up by 0.3%. Bitcoin up 1.1% at 119,676 on Bitcoin. Jefferies Financial Group has temporarily tightened employment contracts for its private capital advisory teams to discourage competitors from poaching talent, but it is in greater demand amid a boom in the secondaries market. Jefferies shares are up now by 0.2%. Two administration officials tell Bloomberg the Federal Reserve's two vice chairs, Michelle Bowman and Philip Jefferson, and Dallas Fed President Lori Logan are under consideration to serve as chair of the central bank when the position opens next year. They say Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who is running the search, will interview additional candidates in coming weeks. Again, recapping stocks lower, S&P down 6, down 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Bella. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. President Trump downplayed expectations for his upcoming meeting with Russian leader Vladimir Putin as he seeks to end the war in Ukraine. He cast it as a feel-out meeting. He said he would confer with Ukrainian and European leaders after the sit-down. The president's effort to moderate expectations for the summit follows Zelensky ruling out Putin's demand for territory that Moscow doesn't control as a precondition for a ceasefire, with the Ukrainian leader Zelensky citing the need for constitutional approval. President Trump on Monday slammed that excuse, adding that he was, quote, a little bothered by it.
The next meeting will be with Zelensky and Putin, or Zelensky and Putin and me. I'll be there if they need, but I want to have a meeting set up between the two leaders. I was a little bothered by the fact that Zelensky was saying, well, I have to get constitutional approval. I mean, he's got approval to go into war and kill everybody, but he needs approval to do a land swap, because there'll be some land swapping going on. I know that through Russia and through conversations with everybody, to the good, for the good of Ukraine. Good stuff, not bad stuff. Also, some bad stuff, for both.
That was President Trump earlier today from the briefing room. Back with us is Ed Price. He's non-resident senior fellow at New York University. He's also a former British trade official. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. And I want to start with the idea of a land swap being good for the good of Ukraine. Is a land swap, that's the president's words, he said that this morning, is, in your view, a land swap with Russia the only way that this war will end?
No, it's not the only way this war will end. And by the way, land swap is a euphemism for conquest. So the fact that
Well, swap implies that each side is giving up something or sort of, right?
I mean, it implies that, but I'm sure that Russia is going to get more than anything Ukraine is going to be given. And by the way, the land we're talking about is Ukrainian land, back to Crimea in 2014. So the fact that the US president is on television saying he's interested in a land swap is a euphemism. He means allowing Russia to conquer parts of Ukraine.
You also argue that a weakened Russia benefits China more than a strengthened one. How does that align with the idea that Ukraine's victory should be decisive? I mean, is there a contradiction in crushing Russia while containing China?
So you've caught me out in a contradiction very skillfully, and that's a good challenge. Because yes, on the one hand, if the West fights Russia, defeats Russia on the European plane, in the long run, that's going to empower Beijing, it's going to empower China, because they won't have a competitor in Eurasia. On the other hand, if you let Russia back into the tent, as it were, and give them something in Ukraine, you've undermined Western values such that the leaders in Beijing can turn around and say, well, look, why don't we just take Taiwan because nobody has any principles? So yes, when I make the argument that we should fight Russia and Ukraine, I then immediately contradict myself about the long-run effect of that. But I think that's because, in essence, Kissinger made the biggest mistake in world history and decided to bring China into the tent before it was a democracy.
I want to go back to what you said. You answered my previous question with, it's one way the war could end.
Mm-hmm.
What's another way the war could end?
Well, I mean, if
and that was a land swap that you were referring to.
Yeah, so I mean, a land swap would pause. It wouldn't end because Russia would retool and they've moved their economy to a long-term warfare. Another way would be to beat them, right? It would be to give them the sufficient long-range weapons in 2022. I mean, we've been talking about this for years now. Right? I always made the same argument, which is like, if we just give them the kit, give the Ukrainians the kit, let them finish the job, they can get Russia out of Europe. But again, this doesn't seem like there's U.S. appetite for that. There's none, and I think we know why there was none under Biden, because he and Jake Sullivan were worried about Russian nuclear saber rattling, which I think was a mistake. We have nukes too, by the way. But under Trump, it's a bit more of a mystery. Like, why does Trump treat Putin so kindly? Why does Trump treat Putin so well? And it's not entirely clear to me, other than perhaps trying to bring Russia on board, like I said.
And you described this moment as offering Putin, quote, peer status that he hasn't earned yet. So what, in your view, would have been a more appropriate U.S. stance towards China, especially at this stage of the war?
So I think a more appropriate stance, if you're going to meet Vladimir Putin, you do it on neutral ground. You show that you're not happy about it, right? You make the right diplomatic noises that this guy is engaged in an illegal war. You don't invite him to Alaska, which, by the way, has bad juju, because if we remember, Alaska used to be Russian, and it's a bit of a flex on Putin's part to be able to get over to Alaska like that. But look, I mean, people like me would say you don't do it at all, and that we are far past the point of diplomacy.
How far past the point are we?
I don't believe that.
Look, we obviously can't go back in time, but ask that question with the question about, is there any way to salvage that?
I mean, that's another way of asking, I think, like, how far into this war are we? How long will this war continue?
Well, we thought 3.5 years ago it would be 2 weeks or 1 week or 5 days.
Yes, and I guess another point would be, what is this war? Is this war a wider regional confrontation? If so, does giving Putin what he wants now something that will stop that trend or continue? I would argue continue. And so, but look, it's very difficult for analysts, because on the one hand, we have the example of appeasement in the 1930s, and the clear lesson of that is you should actually fight the bad guys. And on the other hand, we have the very clear lesson from the Cuban Missile Crisis, and the very clear lesson of that is maybe you should talk to the Russians. So we're kind of flying in the dark here, because I make one argument, which is very hawkish, and some very sensible people, including the administration, make exactly the opposite of it.
You also mentioned a, quote, American right-wing obsession with post-democratic Russia. Do you think that this ideological admiration is truly driving policy, or is it more a fringe narrative that's maybe being overstated?
It's a bit weird, right? It's difficult to tell to what extent the alt-right, so-called, in American politics is literal, and to what extent they're actually just saying things that they think will get airtime, or saying things that they think are policies, the policies that they need to dress up in a sort of sexier language. I tend to take people seriously when they say things, right? As I get older, I realize that kind of works as a rule of thumb. And when the alt-right says, look, we're in a late stage republic, or we want to be post-democratic, or we don't actually believe that people should vote, my ears prick, and I think, okay, maybe that's true, right? I don't know why, I don't know what the benefit is to saying that unless you believe it.
Let's pause on this for a second, because we're getting some breaking news. CNBC reporting that President Trump has extended the China tariff truce for 90 days. The current deadline was set to expire tomorrow, August 12th. You just let out a little bit of a laugh. You're smiling.
It's not professional. Taco baby.
You see, that's what this is?
It's pathetic.
Why?
It's pathetic. I mean, the guy says, here's my red line. This is the date that something's going to happen. This is absolutely written in stone. Turns out it's written in sand. And it just makes us look silly. I mean, and if he is going to go and meet Putin on Friday in Alaska, do you think Putin's not watching that and thinking this guy has said something and then immediately caved again? I mean, it just really, it's not. I laugh because I laugh in despair. And American statecraft is all the worse for it.
But you're saying this is not good for the credibility of the United States. Perhaps the president or someone else would argue, we just need more time to get these deals done. These are complicated things. Look at the trade deals that happened with China during the first administration. Those took years. They were a phased-in approach. it makes sense that it will take more time.
Well, I mean, you're talking to a former trade official who didn't used to have wrinkles, right? I mean, they do take time.
You're looking good.
Thanks for that's the makeup team, Bloomberg makeup team. Yeah, but they should just say that, shouldn't they? They should say this stuff takes a long time. They shouldn't say in 2 weeks' time we're going to cure cancer and find unicorns. I think it demeans the United States, and he's actually put us in a lose-lose position. Either we go ahead and shoot ourselves in the foot on the economy, or we reverse course and look silly. And by the way, the economy's doing okay, right? I mean, inflation's around 2%.
We're speaking with Ed Price. He's non-resident senior fellow at New York University, also a former British trade official.
So you mentioned the meeting. What strategic upside do you see for the US, even symbolically, in engaging with Russia? Any headlines you're expecting or takeaways?
I expect it to be a failure because Putin is structurally determined to defeat and conquer Ukraine. And if anyone can't see that or understand that, I think they're either woefully stupid, I'll say it, or they're willfully ignorant. Now, it might be that in the very long term, there is a rational US reason strategically for bringing Russia closer to the West because of this forecast of a long-run conflict with China. So that might make some sense. But this is another very difficult position, because if we do get to the point where we rehabilitate Russia after this brutal war, we are undermining our soft power because we're saying it's okay to do that kind of thing, right?
Well, is there a risk too, Ed, that we see Russia continue to move into mainland Europe if the US essentially says a land swap is a way to end this war? Yes, you can have this land because you have used military aggression against it. What's to say they wouldn't do that with Poland?
Well, so Poland is actually a very serious military power. And I think that if you attack Poland, you might get an even worse response, an even worse bloodier nose than you did in Ukraine if you're Russia. But if it wasn't for D-Day, the Russians would be in Paris today, right? They have a structural reason not to have a functioning European Union, not to have functioning Western democratic economies anywhere near them, and they're going to continue pushing.
Hey, I just want to change subjects. We have 1 minute left with you. Yep. We're getting a question from a listener viewer right now who has a question for you about tariff theory, because you're a former trade official. The president has essentially said that academics have gotten this wrong and economists have gotten it wrong. Do you agree with that? Is it too early to tell if academics have this wrong? Just about 45 seconds.
President Trump's argument is that we neoclassical economists have it wrong because there's a bank account somewhere that's filling up with money. He is engaged in linear extrapolation. He thinks that will continue forever. It won't. At some point, demand will shift, supply will shift. You can't have revenue from tariffs in perpetuity.
There is a bank account filling up, though, with tariffs right now. Billions of dollars have flown into it.
But billions of dollars are nothing, right? I mean, compared to the trillions of dollars in debt, I mean, it's 36 point something going up and up and up. And the idea that you're going to introduce these tariffs and make money forever at the same time as saying we're trying to cut off trade is completely silly.
Ed Price, thanks for coming in. Always good to see you. Ed Price is non-resident senior fellow at NYU. He's also a former British trade official. Coming up next, the founder, chairman, president, and CEO of the publicly traded Inspire Medical Systems. That's next.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long for Bloomberg. Stocks in the red with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're all trading lower right now, looking at a 3-point drop on the S&P 500 index down under 0.1%. Dow Jones Industrial Average lower by 173, 44,002 on the Dow, down 0.4%. NASDAQ right now down under 0.1%. We've got the 10-year at 4.27% for 2-year, and on the CPI tomorrow morning, 3.75%. Gold down $41 the ounce, down 1.2%, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.4%. 64.15 for a barrel of WTI. President Trump has signed an executive order extending the U.S.-China tariff truce for another 90 days. That, according to CNBC, citing a White House official. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks for that update, Charlie. We do appreciate it. We'll share the $2.3 billion market cap med tech company Inspire Medical Systems has been whipsawing today. The company announced early today a $200 million share buyback. Shares that last week fell more than 30% on Tuesday. It was the day after the company announced that it would cut its revenue guidance for the full year. It missed the average analyst estimate. We've got back with us Tim Herbert. He's founder, chairman, president, and CEO of Inspire Medical Systems. It's a maker of mask-free treatments for obstructive sleep apnea. He joins us from Florida. Tim, good to see you again. Welcome back to Bloomberg Business Week. When you joined us back in May, this was a $4.5 billion market cap company. Shares down close to 60% so far this year. Back in May, though, you just reiterated your full-year revenue guidance and raised your EPS guidance. What happened over the last few months that led you to cut over this most recent quarter?
Absolutely. Thank you for having me back. I think that what we're excited about is in that time frame, we are launching our 5th generation system. We're very excited about the Inspire 5 system coming out and the improvements it has for patients, for our healthcare providers, and as well as for our operations. We did do a full launch in the May timeframe, and as we rolled through that, the launch taking a little bit longer than we expected. We had a good quarter in the second quarter, but because the launch is taking longer, we did need to adjust our revenue guidance down 4% from the midpoint as we come into here into the third quarter.
Okay, why is the launch taking longer? And then very briefly after you answer that, just remind everybody what the medical technology is at Inspire that allows you to implant these devices for people who have obstructive sleep apnea.
Well, let's start there. I think most people are familiar with CPAP, or continuous positive airway pressure, where you wear a mask. But a lot of people just aren't able to benefit from that. So what Inspire is, we developed the technology that works inside your body, and it's a neural stimulator that sits just underneath your skin, and it stimulates a muscle and it's trying to hold your airway open.
Fy faen, sånn avstak, da.
Thereby preventing your obstructive sleep apnea.
I helvete. Nå vil jeg ha penger.
Need for Inspire. We received FDA approval in the year 2014 and have been developing improvements to the system, and most recently in May, just announced the launch of the Inspire 5 system. So very excited about the clinical evidence that we've seen with our new device, with the acceptance from the healthcare providers. And once we're able to get the full launch out there and the product available at all of our centers that we're going to target for here in the third quarter, I think that we'll be able to really help a lot of people.
Det var litt treig. Men jeg treda inn nesten 8 lapper.
And our battery lasts 11 years. So once you receive the therapy, you continue on 11 years later when the battery becomes depleted. It's a very simple procedure to replace the Inspire 5 device with the most current generation device at the time that you receive your replacement.
How much of the shortfall is due to internal execution versus external factors.
Dow Jones er 300 poeng. Bør falle mye mer.
Pushback from payers.
I think in the second quarter, we achieved expectations, but as we reset our revenue guidelines in the third quarter, we had to back down a little bit, and for the most part, it's patient flow, but it's having centers ready to offer the Inspire 5 device. They're still working on their 4th generation device. So I think with increased awareness and really helping centers get up and running with the Inspire 5 device and complete the transition, that we'll see the return, and we'll be able to get to help patients receive Inspire therapy.
What are you changing operationally or strategically to really just improve the commercial rollout in the next 6 to 12 months? You have Truist, for instance, saying they braced for a guide cut, but it was bigger than expected. JP Morgan said it's frustrating to see a negative revision of this magnitude.
Absolutely, and it's been frustrating for ourselves too that the launch didn't go as well. I think now that we have proper inventory to support a large and broad launch of the Inspire 5 system, now we need to focus on working with the individual centers to get them up and running. We have another team that is focused on opening new centers. We purposely held back on that in the beginning of the year to make sure that we had the Inspire 5 launch ready to go. We are approaching that right now, and now we're going to be opening more centers that can offer Inspire therapy. We're going to be training additional surgeons and training some surgeons who were reluctant to do the Inspire procedure because the placement of a sensing lead in the intercostal muscles, and we think that with Inspire 5, we really simplify the procedure, and we're working hard to excite them to get those surgeons back up and running, and then just execution within our own centers to be able to have them ready to take care of patients with the 5th generation. And those centers that have converted over to Inspire 5 have already shown a 20% growth in patient implants year over year in the first half of the year. So we're very confident in our technology, confident in that the healthcare system is going to be able to handle the new technology and increase utilization of Inspire going forward.
We're speaking right now with Tim Herbert, founder, chairman, president, and CEO of Inspire Medical Systems, the publicly traded $2.3 billion market cap med tech company that creates the device for people who have sleep apnea.
So Tim, in light of the guidance cut, how should investors think about your full year expectations now? Are they conservative enough, or should we be expecting more adjustments coming down the line?
Well, when we adjusted our revenue guidance, we took our revenue guidance down 4% from our midpoint. We're still expecting revenues in the range of $900 to $910 million. So that's an increase of 12-13% from the prior year, 2024. So we're still focused on our growth, really focused on patient outcomes and taking care of reductions in the severity of their sleep apnea and making Inspire 5 broadly available. So it's up to us to really execute and gain the confidence back from our investors. But I think with the strong patient outcomes that we've shown with Inspire 5 and the fact that we're so lightly penetrated in our target market, still limited to about 5% of our target market has been achieved to date. So we have a great opportunity in front of us, and it's really up to us to execute and complete the launch and make the therapy available to patients.
Let's talk a little bit about this market and the total addressable market. When you were speaking earlier in this interview, you mentioned something that really piqued my interest, and it's the idea that maybe this device is not for everybody with obstructive sleep apnea. Is it only for those who have tried CPAP machines and they don't work? Or is this a replacement for people who use CPAP machines right now for obstructive sleep apnea?
Well, I think CPAP therapy has been a gold standard for years, but the challenge is you do have an external apparatus that you wear, and it's difficult for people to get full benefit with the device. And so it's known that a great percentage of the patients, as much as 50%, are just unable to benefit from that therapy. And it's very important that patients with moderate to severe sleep apnea take care of their obstructive sleep apnea, because there's many causal effects from untreated sleep apnea, such as hypertension, mentioned cardiovascular disease, atrial fibrillation, diabetes, and unfortunately early mortality. So there's a great need to improve not only the quality of life that patients receive with a good night's sleep, but to address the comorbidities that could be affected by untreated. So Inspire is designed to be a therapy for those patients who are unable to benefit from CPAP. And so it's not for everybody, but we know a significant portion of the population that has been diagnosed just is not being properly treated today. That's the target market that Inspire is going after.
We have around 1 minute left, but in general, I'm curious if this stumble has changed how you think about your prototyping timing, capital allocation, or even just your general strategy when it comes to really future launches and developing your product pipeline.
Well, I think we certainly learn as we develop new technologies. We've developed technologies in the past. In fact, we're on our 5th generation technology. The key is the clinical evidence that we're seeing, the acceptance by the healthcare providers really gives us confidence that this 5th generation system is really going to help a lot of patients. We know that we have a lot of work to do to regain investors' trust, and we're up to the challenge. We have a long history, receiving approval from the FDA back in the year 2014, and have treating over 100,000 patients, but we're just getting started. We know that we're very early on in our market penetration. We're very confident in our patient outcomes, and we're committed to our patients and committed to our stakeholders, and we're leaning in to have a successful launch of 5 and many years of growth in front of us.
So are you committed to staying independent, or would you be open to being acquired by a larger company?
Well, our focus is to remain independent. Our focus is to dedicate our resources and our capital to continue to develop great technology to really help patients drive patient outcomes. And so we're going to keep leaning in to keep driving that growth.
Tim, always appreciate you taking the time and joining us on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Tim Herbert, founder, chairman, president, and CEO of Inspire Medical Systems. Well, that stock certainly won on the move today. So too are some big names in equity strategy. The latest, Christopher Harvey, head of equity strategy for Wells Fargo Securities, has left the firm after 12 years. That story by Bloomberg News equities reporter Alexandra Semenova, as well as Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Isabel Lee. Alex and Isabel join me here in the studio. Alex, I'll start with you. Who is he? Big surprise that he's out at Wells Fargo, because this is just the latest in a number of moves that we've seen in the industry over the last few weeks.
Yeah, it is quite a surprise given that he has had a 12-year tenure at Wells Fargo. He is the head of U.S. equity strategy there, Christopher Harvey. Most recently, he was known as one of the most bullish voices in equities on Wall Street, having an S&P 500 forecast for the end of the year of 7,007 right now. He's just after John Stoltzfus over at Oppenheimer. So one of the bullish strategists, most bullish strategists still. So very interesting that he's leaving. It's not quite clear yet where he is going, but there have been a lot of moves in this area among strategists. We have Jonathan Golub also moving to Seaport Research last week, and this is pretty significant right now. We have Osan Kwan replacing Christopher Harvey. He is quite young, I think one of the youngest equity strategists on the street right now.
So weird that I'm asking Isabel a question. She's also the co-host today. Is there something about this time of year where people moves are happening? Because Alex just mentioned like half a dozen names.
I'm not sure if it's really a time of the year,
but I think it must have been. It probably hit around March. People start looking to make some changes.
But I think Alex has covered this really well. It just also speaks to how tough predicting where the S&P 500 will go throughout this whole year.
The crystal ball doesn't work all the time?
It doesn't work all the time.
Well, it's barely been working at all lately.
But Chris Harvey,
Let's be honest.
No.
Like it never works consistently for the same person.
It works if you want
Somebody's always close to somebody's always right, but it's a different person every year.
Yeah.
It works if it's in your favor, obviously.
Yeah.
And that's fun. But Alex covered all the strategists, and Chris Harvey has been one of those who really held firm in his belief. So he predicted the S&P 500 will close at 7,007 this year, and he held firm, even amid the volatility when everyone was revising lower. And Alex really covered that well, and so he's one of those who really have conviction.
Yeah.
But it works really well. That's worked really well right now. Like he has, at least recently, a really good track record.
Yeah, I mean, sticking to your guns and staying firm in your conviction looks like a really good strategy for him because 7,000, during April looked like a really silly call, especially as a lot of his colleagues on Wall Street were capitulating, were downgrading their outlook for U.S. equities, and ultimately they had to U-turn and change course, and he looked right. He really betted on the rally in big tech specifically. He said that his bull case wasn't contingent on what happens with tariffs or the economy, but on the enormous strength of AI. Obviously, that was right.
I mean, we're just shy of 6,400 on the S&P 500 right now, Alex. What are the latest updates to the end of the year number as we get fully into the third quarter of the year?
Yeah, they've been kind of all over the place. They range to as high as 7,100. I think the lower ones fall into the 5,000. So there really is some divergence in views. Some people think that the tariffs will catch up to the economy and corporate earnings, but a lot of people think that we can keep riding this momentum. I would say the overarching view right now is some near-term volatility, given September is just a historically terrible month for stocks. I think over the last 25 years, it's been down about 1.5% on average. But in general, then you kind of, that paves the way for a fourth quarter rally. We usually do see strength into the end of the year, so we could keep going higher. A lot of people think that the expectation for rate cuts, strong earnings, AI will keep moving us.
The Santa Claus rally is how we call it back home.
We're already talking about the end of the year. Unbelievable.
Get those vacation requests in for the holidays.
Exactly.
Alex Semenova, Bloomberg News Activities reporter. Check out her reporting on the Bloomberg Terminal and at Bloomberg.com. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. I'm Tim Steinbeck with Isabella Lee, and we're joined by Bloomberg News Activities reporter Alexandra Semenova. Alex, what is moving?
Yeah, so I'm looking at NVIDIA and AMD. They agreed to pay 15% of their revenues from Chinese AI chip sales to the U.S. government. This is a really unusual deal that threatens to set a precedent for how American companies do business in China. For NVIDIA, that share will come from sales of its H20 AI accelerator in China. President Donald Trump said this to reporters earlier today. And for AMD, it will deliver the same share of sales from its MI308 chip. This is according to what sources were telling Bloomberg. Trump said that he originally told NVIDIA that it would be 20%, but he negotiated a limited deal. Those are his words, not mine. And the arrangement reflects his efforts to engineer a financial payout for America consistently over and over. We've seen that he's been open to negotiations as long as it favors, the U.S.
What about GM? What's going on there?
Yeah, so GM is actually bringing back some of its former employees from its defunct Cruise autonomous vehicle effort. They're trying to develop a new driverless car, but right now they will actually focus on personal cars versus robo-taxis. The plan was detailed to employees in a meeting on August 6th by Sterling Anderson. This is the former Tesla autopilot chief who joined GM earlier this year. I'm kind of excited about this one, guys, because I don't know how to drive a car.
You're such a
I'm such a New Yorker, so I'm very eager.
You could live here and Boston. I don't know where else.
Exactly. Yeah. There's very few places in the U.S.
Yeah.
Where I can live without a car.
I don't have a good segue here. Maybe self-driving cars good for people who use cannabis.
Yeah, that was perfect, Tim.
Cannabis-linked companies.
Yeah, cannabis-linked companies are on a tear today. This is after President Trump said that he was considering reclassifying marijuana as a less dangerous drug, giving the sector a much-needed boost. If you look at some of the companies in the sector, Village Farms International, this is a greenhouse production firm, up as much as 42%, maybe even more right now. I haven't checked. Tilray Brands, Canopy Growth, Aurora Cannabis, all of these stocks soaring double digits. The Wall Street Journal actually first reported on Friday that Trump spoke to cannabis reclassification in a private fundraising event. Cannabis is actually currently labeled as a Schedule I drug, so it's in the same category as things like heroin and LSD, and they just want to make it less serious, I guess.
All right, there it is. Alexandra Semenova, Bloomberg News Activities reporter. And for more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast. You can subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Check out Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcast. It is a Bloomberg Business Week. That is Isabel Lee from the Bloomberg News Process at Team. I'm Tim Steinbeck. We've got a great program continuing on Bloomberg Radio. Molly Smith is stopping by in just a minute. If you're sticking on TV, to close.
News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Restoring Washington, D.C. back to what he called a gleaming capital. Here's Stacey Lynn.
The president says he's placing the D.C. Police Department under federal control and deploying the National Guard to make the nation's capital safer. He says they'll be getting the homeless out.
Getting rid of the people from underpasses, public spaces from all over the city.
Also out,
We have slums here, we're getting rid of them.
Attorney General Pam Bondi on who will be in charge of the new operation.
Terry Cole is going to be supervising the Metro Police Department. Gabby Serrata, our U.S. Marshal, is going to be supervising command and control.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
President Trump was asked by reporters today about his Friday meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin and whether Ukraine's President Zelensky has been left out of the process.
I'll be speaking to Zelensky. The next meeting will be with Zelensky and Putin, or Zelensky and Putin. I'll be there if they need.
A federal judge has ruled transcripts of secret grand jury testimony in the case against Jeffrey Epstein's former girlfriend will not be released. There's been an explosion at a U.S. steel plant near Pittsburgh. One person is dead, two are unaccounted for. Clairton Mayor Richard Latanzi.
And some people possibly injured, maybe critically. My heart goes out to them and their family.
Texas Republicans were going to try again today to convene the state legislature and redraw congressional districts to satisfy President Trump. CBS's Hunter Woodall reports the longer the standoff continues, the broader it's become politically.
Democrats across the nation are continuing to build tension and pressure about what's going on. It really has galvanized Democrats as they try to build momentum to the 2026 midterms, where this map in Texas could actually prove to be a major issue.
Texas Democratic lawmakers remain outside the state to deny the quorum. After a weekend of heavy rain and storms throughout the Central Plains and Midwest, there's more on the way. Meteorologist Jessica Birch is tracking.
Severe storm outlooks issued for those areas. Northern Texas, most of the state of Oklahoma, northern parts of Missouri too, as storms continue to grow in size throughout the afternoon hours.
Tropical storm Erin has formed in the eastern tropical Atlantic. A heat wave continues to grip parts of Europe. In southern France, it hit 109 degrees. It's that country's second heat wave this summer. It's expected to last all week. The UK is also experiencing record-breaking temperatures. On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are lower. The Dow is off 160 points. This is CBS News. A British singer who was widely hailed but had limited commercial success has died.
They called Terry Reid Super Lungs. Story goes, he turned down Led Zeppelin when it was forming to focus on his solo career. He got praise from Aretha Franklin. He opened for the Rolling Stones on their 1969 tour. Reed's records never cracked the top 150 of the Billboard 200. A documentary tried to size up his impact.
The biggest surprise is that Terry didn't make it as a big star.
His family says Terry Reid died of cancer complications. He was 75. Steve Caven, CBS News.
The screech of the 90s era dial-up internet will vanish from thousands of holdout American homes in September. AOL is shutting it down. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
Middle America has seen the
It's
best.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Matzer and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That is Isabel Lee from the Bloomberg News Cross Asset Team. She's in for Carol Master. I'm Tim Stenivek on this Monday, August 11th. Earlier today, President Trump announced he would take federal control of Washington, D.C.'s police department and deploy 800 National Guard troops, escalating his push to exert power over the nation's capital. Right now, let's go to the nation's capital to hear from the city's mayor, Muriel Bowser.
Which is why we have seen a huge decrease in crime because of those efforts. We have been able to reverse that 2023 crime spike. This year, crime isn't just down from 2023, it's also down from 2019, before the pandemic, and we're at a 30-year violent crime low. We're not satisfied. We haven't taken our foot off the gas, and we continue to look for ways to make our city safer. We know, however, as most have heard from the president's press conference, that he has prerogatives in DC, unlike anywhere else in the country, including his authority given by our home rule charter to require the mayor, to require me to supply services of the Metropolitan Police Department. And he also has control and the ability to deploy the National Guard. But let me be clear, as our home rule charter is also clear, and the president's executive order restates, Chief Pamela Smith is the chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, and its 3,100 members work under her direction. The Home Rule Charter requires the mayor to provide the services of MPD during special conditions of an emergency, and we will follow the law. Though there's a question about the subjectivity of that declaration. In fact, the chief has already provided a high-level liaison and point of contact with the federal government and made those initial contacts. The executive order is also clear that the president has delegated his authority to make requests of us to Attorney General Pam Bondi. I have reached out to Attorney General Bondi and hope to schedule a meeting soon. My message to residents is this. We know that access to our democracy is tenuous. That is why you have heard me and many Washingtonians before me advocate for full statehood for the District of Columbia. We are American citizens. Our families go to war. We pay taxes and we uphold the responsibilities of citizenship. And while this action today is unsettling and unprecedented, I can't say that given some of the rhetoric of the past, that we're totally surprised. I can say to DC residents that we will continue to operate our government in a way that makes you proud. We will balance our budgets. We will deploy our services. Our kids are going to start school on August 25th. And we will work with the federal government to do the things that they should do for our city, including making sure that we have the judges that we need, including making sure that all federal parks are supported, not just with law enforcement, but with other clean and safe activities, and including making sure that our economy is supported by rational federal actions as it relates to the federal workforce, federal workers, and federal property in the District of Columbia. So with that, I want to ask Chief Smith to talk about her interactions with the federal forces, federal police and law enforcement that have been engaged in the district over the last several days, and the strategy that she thinks would be important while we have additional federal police officers.
Muriel Bowser, the mayor of Washington, D.C. Right now, coming up to speak is Pamela A. Smith, the chief of the Metropolitan Police Department of the District of Columbia.
Executive order, and one of the roles that I have is to ensure that we work very collaboratively with our federal partners. I know that most of us know in this room and those of you that are watching on television that the efforts of the federal law enforcement officers began in our city on Thursday night. I met with the director of the U.S. Marshal, who has been at that point overseeing the operational component of how the federal resources will be allocated and deployed around our city. With that conversation, it was very, very important for me to ensure that not only do we work collaboratively with our federal partners, but we offer up areas across our city where we can work with them in areas where we know that we want to reduce crime. And so that was the effort on yesterday. We spent roughly about an hour just kind of planning and talking through what that's going to look like. On the heels of the announcements from the president today regarding the executive order and my directive from the mayor is that we will begin more intense planning efforts after I leave this press conference. I've also met with one of the other liaisons that have been assigned to work with the U.S. Marshal along with myself regarding the efforts around the city for how we will allocate resources. What I will say is this, our relationship with our federal partners is not new. We do this on a daily basis. We are very, very, very much in tune to having federal law enforcement officers working with us on our Capital Area Regional Task Force. Our federal partners work with us, especially on some of our warrant executions. They work very, very closely with us with our Violent Crime Suppression Division, and it is my intent and my police department's intent to continue those efforts. What you will see is an enhanced presence. The second thing that's really important to me, and I'm speaking directly to our community, is that we have a relationship with our community that is very important to us, our community members. And so having our Metropolitan Police Department working alongside of our federal partners who have come into the city to really help us assess and deal with the crime, some of the crime spikes that we have, we will work alongside them, but intentionally, we want to make sure that our community understands that we are there. We're going to be boots on the ground. If you see something, again, say something. We value those relationships. Our community members, and I want to say thank you for all the work that you've done with the Metropolitan Police Department up to this point. Those relationships are very, very important to us, and we want to continue to build upon that and continue to enhance that. I'll turn it back over to Mayor Bowser now. Okay, we'll take a few questions, and I'm joined by members of my Public Safety Team, including Deputy Mayor Appiah and Chief John Donnelly. Yes, please identify yourself. This is, I can't answer that question. I think that's a question that you're familiar with the rhetoric about the city and how long it goes back. And we also know that we're not experiencing a spike in crime, but a decrease in crime. Yeah.
We're listening to a press conference with the mayor of Washington, D.C., Muriel Bowser. As a reminder, President Trump earlier today announced he would take federal control of Washington, D.C.'s police department and deploy 800 National Guard troops there. Let's go back to the press conference.
Indicate otherwise. So the chief of police reports through the deputy mayor to the mayor of the District of Columbia. And the two people, I think, that were identified in the presser report to Attorney General Bondi. The executive order makes clear that all requests for MPD services, the president delegates to Attorney General Bondi. I don't...
Sikkert kjøpt på mat, jeg. Jeg tok og dekket et gevinst bare på Nasdaq.
she's holding a press conference. You can watch or listen to the rest of the press conference at LATGO on the Bloomberg terminal. As a reminder, President Trump earlier today announced he would take federal control of Washington, D.C.'s police department and deploy 800 National Guard troops there, escalating his push to exert power over the nation's capital. It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. I'm Tim Stanback, along with Isabel Lee from the Bloomberg News Cross Asset team. Carol Massar is out today, and it is a data-heavy week. Right now, if we look at the S&P 500, we're down just about, well, just shy of 0.2%. The NASDAQ down about the same. The Dow down 0.5 percentage point. As far as earnings go, we're pretty much, we have NVIDIA at the end of this month, but we made it through quite a few of the companies in the S&P 500. July inflation data we're getting tomorrow. The CPI is what I'm referring to. We're going to get PPI on Thursday, retail sales on Friday, industrial production, some sentiment data from the University of Michigan as well. Watching it all is Molly Smith. She's Bloomberg News economics editor. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Did I forget anything?
Those are the big ones. I think
Those are
we're
the
good.
big ones. What's the most important? CPI tomorrow?
Oh, yeah, hands down. So that's the biggie that will be the.
You're the Fed, though. You don't care about CPI, right?
Oh, well, they do. I mean, it's not, of course, their preferred inflation measure. That's called PCE, the Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index. It's a lot lengthier to pronounce, but they prefer the PCE. But the thing is, PCE draws a lot from CPI. So we do care what that has to say, as well as what PPI has to say, which also feeds into the PCE. And I think that should do it on acronyms for now. So yeah,
we'll get to more.
but at least for that sentence. But yeah, the CPI tomorrow, so that's going to be for the July inflation data. And it looks like we're going to see what economists are expecting more signs of tariff pass through in some of those key goods categories, as well as some pickup in services costs. So it's going to seem probably a bit broad from what people are expecting so far. So that's going to, like, you know, for us, of course, like, we're looking at the goods categories because we want to know what's happening with tariffs, and that's what they mostly apply to. But to see that services costs are picking up again as well, that would be just really bad news for the Fed to see that this is really not just a tariff story if broader inflation is picking up.
So based on your reporting, how much of tariff is really motivating inflation?
So it's been, I mean, I think we got the clear sign in the June CPI, which that didn't affect the headline number so much, but when we looked at some of those key goods categories of, you know, goods that are commonly imported, like toys and appliances and electronics, that those were, you know, noticeably firmer in June. And that's what we're looking for in this report as well as some other goods categories to flag also. So that's where, you know, it's been a little bit tricky then to decide, like, how much are tariffs really impacting inflation? Is it just going to be in some of these goods categories, but you have these other dynamics that are keeping overall inflation in check? Like, how much of that does that, we want to, of course, look at inflation as a whole for the Fed's perspective, but they also want to know how persistent any of this is going to be and how broad the impacts will be.
Well, Jay Powell has talked about it being a one-time hit and inflationary in the sense of, yes, it'll happen one time, but then you won't necessarily see the sustained price increases year after year from tariffs. Is that generally what economists believe too?
I think there's still a bit of a split opinion about how this is going to happen because there hasn't really been consistency as to how companies are responding with their pricing strategies. And a lot of them have been trying to hold off on raising prices so far because there's been so many reversals and pauses and on again, off again with the tariffs. And, you know, of course, for the most part, the big ones went into effect, you know, just at the end of July when we set those reciprocal tariff rates. But we still have, you know, perhaps there's going to be a truce now with China extended for another 3 months. Like, and a lot of these companies are sitting here looking at their pricing strategies and they don't want to, you know, antagonize their customers more than they need to. Maybe let's see, can we hold off, only raise prices once we really know what's going on? But who knows how long that's going to take and how long we can wait in the meantime.
What about the Fed? We have reporting that shows that the search has been expanded to 3 more qualified candidates.
So this is for the Fed share you're talking about. Yes, so, so Jay Powell's term doesn't end until next May. And that's really what's been a lot of the news going on at the Fed lately of who's going to be replacing Powell. Of course, Trump has taken huge aim at Powell personally for why the Fed hasn't lowered interest rates yet. It's not just Powell, though, who, you know, is in the camp of had been wanting to hold rates steady. Of course, we had 2 Fed governors dissent at the meeting last month, but it seems like there is more of a camp maybe now emerging that interest rates cuts are needed after seeing that weak July jobs report. So, I mean, there's just so much at the Fed now in terms of we had then a Fed governor also resign shortly after that jobs report. And there's going to be a temporary seat to fill in the meantime. A lot of personnel changes over there, but yes, obviously looking very closely at who's next after Powell.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty wild just to have that. You were here with us on that Friday when all of this was
It was
happening.
a scary day. Yeah, I mean, so that was the Friday the jobs report meeting, right? So that was 8:30 in the morning, and then the crazy downward revisions, obviously really substantial. That was wild, and then it was almost 2, and I'm thinking, okay, I could probably go to the bathroom now. I could probably get lunch now, but let me go back to my desk first, just before I go heat up my lunch. And that's when we fired the BLS commissioner. So it was not a time, and not in fact time to get lunch yet. And then the Kugler news that was the Fed governor who resigned, that came out shortly after the BLS chief being fired. So yeah, it was a busy day.
So I want to start with the BLS chief being fired and what could happen to the organization and to the quality of data, because even before this happened, you had written about the quality of data here in the United States and how it's typically held up as the gold standard. Statistics Canada is really good. We know New Zealand has really good data as well, and it's kind of seen by a lot of outsiders as a competitive advantage. Is that data going to remain good here in the U.S.?
And that's certainly the hope, and as of right now, there's no reason to think that it won't. I think where economists get nervous, though, is that this has historically been both the position of BLS commissioner as well as BLS as an institution, very nonpartisan and independent and free of politics. And they're now worried that because Trump has accused the previous commissioner of manipulating the data for political reasons, that perhaps you know, there's reason to think that there's political interference in the numbers, which, you know, again, under McIntyre's tenure, there certainly was no suspicion, and Trump's claims are completely without evidence and very much unfounded.
The person who heads up the group, though, isn't the one who actually determines the number.
No, this is an agency of about 2,000 people around the country, and a lot of these processes, you know, don't involve the commissioner, let alone a whole lot of people, period. You know, it's a very computerized program process that the data collectors are largely responsible for inputting the numbers into a system that will then, you know, aggregate it all together across the country, across all the different categories, whether we're talking about jobs or inflation, whatever it may be, and is then analyzed and presented to the commissioner once the numbers are finalized. So the commissioner is not really has no part in how these reports are assembled. They see the numbers at the very end, and then we'll brief the president's team the night before a big report comes out. So that'll be happening sometime later today for when Trump's economic team is going to tell him what's in the CPI report for tomorrow.
Okay, keep that in mind ahead of tomorrow's report, and of course ahead of the August number, which we will get in September for payrolls. That is Bloomberg News economics editor Molly Smith joining us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Let's get a check on the day's trade and top business stories because we are under 40 minutes to the close. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there. We've got 37 minutes. Yes, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they are lower right now. Back to work Monday, stocks selling off. S&P down 7 now, drop there of just about 1/10 of 1%. So the S&P at 63.81. Dow Industrials right now at 43,998. The Dow down 0.4%. NASDAQ down 1/10 of 1%. Our Mag 7 index so holding on to a gain of 0.2%. The 10-year 4.27%, with the 2-year 3.75%. Gold is now down $45 the ounce, down 1.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.3%, 64.05 for a barrel of WTI. Bottom line here, Wall Street refraining from making big bets ahead of tomorrow morning's CPI report. Recapping, S&P down 6, down 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks for the update, Charlie Pellet. Well, a biotech turned a financial firm is seeking to raise up to $1.5 billion in a deal that would transform it into a stockpiler of a Trump-tied crypto token, offering a new ballast to a project that financially benefits the president's family. We're talking about Alt 5 Sigma Corp. It's a Las Vegas-based company that swerved from chronic pain treatment into crypto payments. They said this in a statement today, that they're selling shares to raise money to buy World Liberty financial tokens. It's a virtual asset tied to the family of President Donald Trump. Annie Massa is Bloomberg News World reporter. She's reported extensively on the Trump family's business interests, from crypto to real estate and more. She joins us from New York. Annie, I want to start with Alt 5 Sigma. Before reading this story today, I'd never heard of this company.
Yeah.
Alt 5 Sigma is a company that's pivoted, as you said, from biotech now into cryptocurrencies. But the reason that it matters is because it's involved in yet another Trump family related crypto token. So the company is one of really a constellation of different companies that have turned themselves into stockpilers of virtual assets. The reason we care in this case is because it's stockpiling a token affiliated with World Liberty Financial, which is a company that President Trump's family has been involved in since the beginning, along with the president's special envoy, Steve Witkoff's family as well.
Can we take a step back and can you just run us through what categories are the way in which Donald Trump and his family really make money out of this administration?
There are a few different money-making endeavors that the president and his family have embarked on really since the beginning of his re-election campaign, and they're in all different sorts of areas. One is cryptocurrency, as we see with the news today, but this has been constant through this second Trump administration, and it really marks the separation from how his family was earning money in his first administration. You've seen the president who really was once a crypto skeptic and once said that Bitcoin seemed like his, he's pivoted his position and has become a crypto entrepreneur in some ways of his own. And his family's involved in various crypto projects. World Liberty Financial is just one. There's a meme coin that bears Trump's name that was announced in his inaugural weekend. And his son Eric and Don Jr. are involved in an array of other projects. So you have crypto, but then you still have the family real estate company. And you have advisory business that his sons have taken on. So these are the different types of ways that the Trump family, the new ways in some ways that the Trump family has continued to earn money in President Trump's second term.
But Donald Trump is certainly not the first president to really profit from presidency. A lot of the presidents often have windfalls after they leave their office. Talk to us why Trump may or may not be different from all of them. For one, we have definitely seen his net worth soar.
Well, it's true that it's not unusual to see a president leave office of either party leave office and, for example, sign a huge book deal. That's certainly something that's happened. What's different here is the range and in some ways the specific industries that we're seeing involved. So crypto is one that's really come into focus because President Trump has taken, explicitly said that he'd like to be enacted to kind of ease up on regulation of the cryptocurrency industry while his family is involved in various different projects. What the White House says is that there aren't any conflicts of interest here and that the president has never engaged in conflicts of interest. And as far as his family goes, his sons have said that, they've always been businessmen and this is no different. But the relationship between, how regulations shape a nascent industry like cryptocurrency while you have the president's family involved in various projects in it is really what's driving it.
How do the various members of the family find themselves involved? We've heard from Donald Trump Jr., and he was on Bloomberg a few weeks ago. I've interviewed Eric Trump as part of what he's been doing on crypto. But where do they operate in terms of the other Trump siblings, what the president is doing outside of his duties as president? But how is it working in this world?
Sure. So I think World Liberty Financial, which we discussed earlier, is just one example. All three of Trump's sons, Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, Barron Trump, are involved in that effort. But there are also other positions that they've taken on. Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. are involved in another Bitcoin mining project called American Bitcoin that was just announced this year. Eric Trump has taken on a position with another Bitcoin developer based in Japan called Backbone. So there's and there are companies that have begun to stockpile virtual assets that they're involved in as well. So you've seen them fan out across the industry in various roles, sometimes all together, sometimes separately. But there are many to keep track of, and as yourself say, I mean, they almost at a very quick pace, you're seeing these new announcements come out.
So are there guardrails in place, either legal or ethical, that meaningfully prevent a U.S. president from profiting off of companies or government influence, or is it mostly up to the public or media to really scrutinize?
The Trump Organization has an outside ethics council that they've appointed. That role has changed over. But they have that, and there are guardrails in place. The question is how far up to the line any president is willing to go with those guardrails and how willing they are to boundaries. And that has been a focus of question in this administration.
So is there pushback? You know, it's hard to, there are a lot of things we could say like unprecedented, as Isabel said, and as you've explained in Big Takes and in the Big Take podcast that you did with Max Abelson and David Gura, which everybody should go and listen to. It was really good. You talked about the idea that presidents had monetized post-presidency before. The difference is what President Trump did before he was president and in between his administrations as well. Is there any pushback at this point meaningful pushback from Congress? Because what you've described in some of your reporting, and Max has as well, is something new that's happening during this administration that didn't happen before, which is the real estate projects and branding that have really taken on a new role and a different life in the last few months.
That's right. Just to be clear, the Trump Organization, of course, existed in the first Trump presidency. What's different this time is there's a bridge. In his first presidency, the Trump Organization said it wouldn't pursue new foreign deals. That's changed this time around with a pivot to saying the organization won't pursue deals directly with foreign governments. So there has been a shift, and indeed you've seen since Trump's re-election, new deals announced abroad, including in the Middle East and in all over India. And these this is just simply a different approach in his second term. As far as pushback goes, congressional Democrats have looked to shine a light on some of these crypto projects. Even among the Republican Party, there have been voices that have spoken out against certain aspects of the Trump family's crypto endeavors, including a dinner that was offered up to top holders of the president's meme coin. As far as unified pushback, or as far as one major source of pushback, there are groups that have kind of resisted in some ways, but I wouldn't say that there's any one source of any one single source of resistance at this moment. It's come from different pockets and around different aspects, because these businesses and interests are really just are so wide and across so many varied industries.
Annie Massa, Bloomberg News wealth reporter. She's reported extensively on Trump family's business interests. Check out the reporting on the Bloomberg terminal and at Bloomberg.com. Annie, thanks so much for joining us this afternoon. Take a look at markets right now as we do get just about 25 minutes to close it. U.S. equity trading, the S&P 500 down, we can round that up to 0.2%, as is the NASDAQ composite. Falling a little light today, the Dow down 0.4%. Coming up next, we're driving to the close with Florence and Filippo next.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long. Bloomberg, I'm Charlie Pell. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ for all, and we're at 20 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. So right now, let's head over to the first word breaking news. That's for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks are trading lower in a quiet tape. The Dow is currently down 177 points. S&Ps are down 10, while the NASDAQ declines by 45. The U.S. 10-year is at 4.27%. Gold is in the red, oil is in the green, and Bitcoin, that's trading higher by 1.2%. Here's to the upside of the Dow. Unilever, Procter & Gamble, while IBM fell 2.8% and led to the downside. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were consumer discretionary and healthcare. Energy was under pressure. And in the EV space, GM plans a new driverless car push. In the tech space, Micron jumped up, raising its sales and earnings outlook. And in other news, CNBC reported that Trump has extended the China tariff truce for another 90 days. Wrapping things up, electronic arts jumped as much as 5% to a new all-time high. Live on the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie.
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And here line breaking news over your Bloomberg. Type SQUA on your Bloomberg. Charlie, how about that? There's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
How much will let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy.
Honey, please, out of the box.
Reynolds.
I want to try.
This is the drive to the close. On Bloomberg Radio.
Look at that, Isabel. We are 23 minutes. No. Wow. We're 18 minutes away. How fun when you're having fun. Closing up for today. We've got a special guest here in the studio. Lauren Sanfilippo is here. She's senior investment strategist for Maryland Bank, American Private Bank. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. I want to start with just where we are on valuation, because we've got many measures. People would argue that stocks are expensive right now. What would you say to somebody who said, I want to hold off because things are a little pricey?
I get that a lot actually from clients wondering, like, this is related, if this rally can be sustained. Same idea here. I think what we just saw in earnings, my answer is that those Mag 7 names, the most expensive in the market, are kind of rationalizing those valuations right now. I mean, that AI story needs to come through. It's really, we're thinking about productivity gains in the next years. And
will the AI story come through on stocks that are not the Mag 7 yet?
so I don't think we're there yet. That's why I think we're actually in the early innings, right, of this whole AI build out.
Markets seem to have shrugged off tariff headlines lately. Do you think that's complacency, or have investors rightly moved on from trade risks as the driver when it comes to market performance or underperformance?
On the tariff front, things are a lot better than they were at one point this year, right around April, right? But an effective tariff rate of 18 to 20% instead of 2% when we came in this year, having for an effective tariff rate is obviously an escalation. Now we have the 90-day tariff truce, whatever you want to call it, with China. So we're going to kick the can down the road once more.
Which truce are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm serious. I saw that headline cross today, and I was like, I can't keep track. I can't keep track either. I truly can't.
I mean, but we've worked through, to your point, we've worked through some of these tariff deadlines. August 1st, August 7th, right? And now tomorrow with China could be 90 days out. But the market really is able to shrug it off because this is maybe the bulk of the deals, but you're right. China's like the big still out in front here, so.
I don't see why people think that it can be done in 90 days, 180 days, or 270 days when the first deal took literally like a year.
Maybe it'll just be delayed again. So, given that, what kind of mitigations do you expect companies or policymakers to deploy, and will those be enough? Because to Tim's point, 90 days means just 1.5 months.
Yeah,
China is a big deal for a lot of companies operating here in the US, right? And they kicked out some of their hiring plans, investment plans in light of the fact that there's just too much uncertainty with their business model space. So I do think that that's still going to be hanging out there, but I think that actually what we learned from earnings season is that some of that uncertainty is actually lifted.
And you flagged the early signs of consumer fatigue, especially among lower and middle income households, are showing. How concerned are you that this could spill over to broader consumption? Because we all obviously have inflation, then that's related to tariffs, and just broader macroeconomic sense.
Yeah, good question, right? The consumer is 70% of the economy. I don't feel like too concerned because what it takes to take down the consumer is some sort of shock, right? It's going to be a more serious shock than what we've seen. Tariffs didn't really serve as a full shock to the consumer. So yeah, in our Bank of America credit and debit card data, we have seen a little bit of an uptick here. Delinquencies, autos, right, even on credit cards. So it's important to keep that in check, but in aggregate, it's that upward consumer that actually drives the spending profile here in the US.
You know, Claire Valentine on our Bloomberg News team, she writes a lot about consumers and how they're thinking about their own money. And she's got a great story today. It's one of the most read. It's about millions of Americans are ignoring their student loan bills. She says some borrowers are choosing not to pay their student loans as a matter of priorities. They're being forced to decide between paying for necessities like housing or a car versus paying for student loans. A collective $1.6 trillion in student loans are required to make payments again after 5 years of pandemic era leniency measures, but only a third of those receiving bills are actually paying them. That's really disturbing.
It sounds like trouble when there's a housing market that's fairly unaffordable, right? In most places in the US, I was actually just sitting with a client who owns a bunch of dealerships, auto dealerships, and he was saying still, and remember the stat from the pandemic, more than 25% of monthly auto loans are over $1,000. I mean, that's a crazy monthly payment. So that you have to sort of consider that backdrop in terms of how expensive things have gotten for the average consumer.
So I know that you said the higher end consumer drives the economy, but what does it mean when so many normal Americans are having trouble making ends meet?
Right, that's a problem, and that's, I mean, we look at the stat too, where I think it's more than 60% of households live paycheck to paycheck. I mean, so that's the average American. So sometimes, you know, I know we live up in like equity land and how we're thinking about managing portfolios, but there are plenty of Americans that aren't participating in not only household appreciation, which was that wealth effect, that we've
What about the outperformance gap between the US and the EU? You said that it's narrowing. So what would make you more constructive on Europe or the EM, especially given flat earnings and really just macroeconomic headwinds?
Yeah, international's been interesting this year, and we have a lot of clients asking about that sort of exposure to international. International's done well, for sure. We are waiting for that European earnings fundamental story to come through, and it hasn't, right? Unfortunately, this most recent quarter, earnings were looking a bit flattish, depending on what industry you're looking at, but generally flattish, right? It's a story of like kind of like airlines doing pretty well, luxury didn't do so high. So it's still a very mixed picture. So I sort of wonder, like, where is the next 10% leg higher? I don't know that it's Europe.
That's interesting. So where do you think it is?
Probably here in the US.
US exceptionalism still lives on.
Well, it's not the best. I don't know if that's like the best term, because I think the sort of the differential between us and the rest of the world is certainly narrowed. Same with growth differential. So there's been reason why this year's played out the way it has, right? But I do think by year end, I mean, I think there's going to be just a lot less interest in stock allocations abroad. Our fund manager survey actually looked at that, like European allocations are like at the highest since like 2021.
Traditionally, global equities have, you know, it hasn't been as concentrated in the US as it's been over the last 10 or 12 years.
Yeah.
And some people argue there should be this reversion to the mean right now of global equity on performance. You don't see that happening. You still think the bias should be toward the US?
Yeah, I think the next incremental dollar should be invested here in the US. I mean, that's still a lot of performance that we've seen year to date. And like I said, I don't know that they're setting themselves up for sort of like repeat performance.
Lawrence and Filippo, good to see you.
Good to see you both.
Thanks for joining us here at the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio. Lawrence and Filippo, Senior Investment Strategist for Merrill and at Bank of America Private Bank. We are just a couple of minutes away from the close, about 10 minutes away. The S&P 500 right now down 0.2%. The NASDAQ Composite down 0.3%. The Dow down 0.4%. We are not done with earnings. We're going to hear from some smaller companies after the bell today. We got GoPro reporting, Archer Aviation, USA Rare Earth Inc., Oklo, AMC, and Big Bear, all reporting after the bell today. We'll bring those numbers to you live as soon as we get them. You are listening to and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Matson and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That is Isabel Lee in for Carol Vassar. I'm Tim Stenovec on this Monday, August 11th, 2025. Earlier today, President Trump announced he would take federal control of Washington, D.C.'s police department and deploy 800 National Guard troops there, escalating his push to exert power on the nation's capital. Here's the president, followed by, just this afternoon, the mayor of Washington, D.C., Muriel Bowser.
Our capital city has been overtaken by violent gangs and bloodthirsty criminals, roving mobs of wild youth, drugged out maniacs and homeless people, and we're not going to let it happen anymore. Washington, D.C. should be one of the safest, cleanest, and most beautiful cities anywhere in the world, and we're going to make it. We're going to make it safe. We're going to make it smart. We're going to make it beautiful.
The president's view of DC is shaped by his COVID era experience during his first term. And it is true that those were more challenging times related to some issues. It is also true that we experienced a crime spike post-COVID, but we worked quickly to put laws in place and tactics
that got violent offenders off our streets and gave our police officers more tools, which is why we have seen a huge decrease in crime because of those efforts.
That was Mayor Muriel Bowser of Washington, D.C. Before that, the President, Donald Trump, speaking this morning and speaking this afternoon about the President announcing he would take federal control of Washington, D.C.'s police department and deploy 800 National Guard troops there. The mayor of Washington, D.C. said that the President mentions crime in every conversation we have. The military should not be used against American citizens. And she said that the President's threat to bring military to D.C. is not legal. She also said that the President's order doesn't change the D.C. government's org chart, and that the President's action today is unsettling and unprecedented. You can see and hear more about this and follow the latest news at Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg terminal. In the meantime, I'm watching what's happening with shares of TKO. This is TKO Group Holdings. Okay?
Okay.
Up 10.2%.
Wow, that's a pop.
The company provides sports entertainment services. It focuses on organizing live events. It serves customers worldwide. And Ari Emanuel is the chairman and CEO. The reason it's up 10% today is because this is a company that owns UFC. And David Ellison at Paramount is acquiring exclusive rights to all events from UFC, the Ultimate Fighting Championship, in the US over the next 7 years. It's $7.7 billion deal.
That's a huge number. And I feel like what makes it different is because they will offer all the matches at no additional cost to consumers, which is somewhat a departure from how UFC worked in the past. I must admit, I've never watched a UFC game, but growing up, I watched WWE because of my brother. So, as a little sister, you're just forced to see whatever you want to.
So Ari, our producer, is a huge fan of whatever mixed martial arts. Is it fair to call it this? Okay, Ari says it's fair to say mixed martial arts. What is the comparison, Ari, between WWE and UFC? Is it fair to say one is real and one is not? Okay, one is predetermined and one is not, is what he said. So essentially, hey, look, we're not going to get into debate about wrestling here, but I can tell you that everything I know about UFC, I've learned in the last 30 seconds from Ari in our control room.
Wow, I have to get that crash course also. And then we have Ellison in the interview saying UFC is a unicorn sports asset because it'll be the largest sport exclusive to any one individual platform. Maybe I'll watch after the show.
Yeah. Maruful, who's on the board right now, says the pay-per-view model is over, which I think makes sense, and now it's going to streaming. So the idea of this is make Paramount more desirable, get more people to sign up for Paramount.
I don't know.
They want to watch UFC.
I think I like pay-per-view because sometimes I have to subscribe to something and then I forget just because of one thing.
All right.
I'm old school.
There it is. Coming up next, it's the closing bell, our cross-platform coverage of radio, TV, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Bonnie Quinn, taking you through to that closing bell with the Global Simulcast. It started with Tim Steiner in the radio booth, Isabel Lee in today for Carol Mastro. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, television, radio, YouTube. Tim Steiner here. On an interesting day here, a day where we see the markets move lower, only fractionally, but of course this is ahead of some key economic data this week.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm watching. Tomorrow we're going to get CPI. Later this week we'll get some PPI. We'll get some sentiment data. At the end of the week we'll get retail sales. So I'll try to paint a picture, Isabella, of what exactly the Fed is going to do in September. And of course we'll hear from officials of Federal Reserve with Jackson just a little later this month.
Maybe risky assets have faltered, but my eyes just set on Bitcoin because we see the coin really just rising. I feel like it's a perfect storm for this. Of course, all these smaller altcoins like Ether is also really. I can't take my eyes off of Bitcoin.
Oh my gosh. Remember when people used to take August off so seriously? I mean, we're in the middle of August and it's really a fascinating market, even if, on the surface we're not moving too much today, is the old thing.
Yeah, and it gets into this idea too. We talk about the idea of
catalyst to move the market, but sometimes the lack of catalyst also can sort of be an upside for markets as well. It'll be interesting to see what happens at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow, Tim. But also this idea that, he's just got a 90-day extension on the trade truce with China, if you will, and a few other concessions by the president that might be a net positive.
Yeah, and, wait to hear the latest coming from the White House too, with the Intel CEO, who's supposedly there right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We should point out CNBC is reporting that Lip-Bu Tan was seen entering the White House grounds. A crucial meeting here for a company that has obviously been looking for some sort of a lifeline here with regards to its role in the broader chip ecosystem. As we give you the numbers here on this Monday afternoon, it is red across the screen that we should point out that the losses across the board are fractional. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down by about a 0.5 percentage point. The S&P 500 down by about 0.25 percentage point, and the NASDAQ down by about 0.3%. The Russell 2000 only dropping about 0.1% on the day, though. Tim, I do just want to point out Dow Transports, that was your big laggard on the day. As a group, they were down 1%.
Well, looking at the S&P 500, how it closed today, we did have 177 stocks with higher, 320 stocks did really low.
Yeah, it's more interesting day than it would seem.
Yeah.
Most areas of the S&P 500 remains fractionally, and several
Mange skal være.
Market told one of the sectors in the green still, though consumer discretionary so coming down below 1% today, and that really helps, at least stave off the worst of the losses.
There's some really interesting stories playing out too when it comes to individual movers. I got the gainers today with Carol out of office. I want to start with Intel, as Romain mentioned. Lip-Bu Tan, the CEO, who was called out by President Trump late last week in a social media post, according to CNBC, has been seen entering the White House. Investors liked what they heard early this morning when the Wall Street Journal did report that he was set for a meeting at the White House today, 3.7% to the upside for Intel. The person who said this, who's familiar with the situation, asked not to be identified, discussing private matters. The president did write that post on Truth Social Thursday that Tan should step down as CEO of Intel, describing him, quote, as highly conflicted. Also watching TKO Holdings, 10.2% to the upside today. Paramount has acquired the exclusive rights to show all events from the UFC in the U.S. over the next 7 years. It's a $7.7 billion deal. David Ellison is paying UFC's owner TKO Group Holdings more than double what it received under a previous deal with ESPN, which of course is owned by Walt Disney. And David Ellison is hoping the Mixed Martial Arts League will drive millions of viewers to the company's streaming service. Once again, TKO Group Holdings on 10.2% today. And finally, did you guys see what happened with weed stocks today? Marijuana stocks? Tilray up 42% today. It was one of the most actively traded stocks in the U.S. today. This after a report that President Trump was considering reclassifying marijuana as a weapon.
Yes.
Cited the president announced during his fundraising event, highlighted a definite push from the administration. Once again, Tilray Brands up 42% today.
I just want to just add an honorable mention there, and that's actually Fannie and Freddie. I was just keeping an eye on them. The shares rose 15% today, and that includes the 20% gain on Friday.
Is this a Bill Ackman?
It's now $11.48 a share. It may not seem like much, but a milestone here. It's actually back to its highest level since 2008 when it went into conservatorship back in September 2008. Of course, this was, of course, more $100 stock at one point back in 07, 06, but still a clear milestone here that maybe there is something.
Well, we still have earnings crossing right now. GoPro, the maker of those cameras, coming out with second quarter revenue. It's still public and has not been acquired. We could do a whole story about GoPro. It's pretty fascinating. It's still a public company. Yeah, a lot of people would argue that phones.
Well, maybe when AI needs a whole bunch of, photographs and stuff, maybe they'll buy the IP from GoPro.
Yeah, that's a good point. Second quarter adjusted revenue came in 18% below what it did at the same time last year. Second quarter adjusted loss per share coming in 8 cents versus a loss per share of 24 cents last year. In the after hours, shares moving higher right now by about 4.6%.
Let's stick with the decliners. Dole is down 8% after the company cut its annual adjusted EBITDA forecast. The company also said that industry-specific challenges and less favorable weather conditions in much of Central America really put pressure on their industry supply and, of course, their sourcing costs. That, as well as really just weak market demand. Up next is Humacyte. This is also a big loser, down by almost 30%, the most since March. So this comes after the maker of bioengineered human tissue products, that's a mouthful, who reported revenue that fell short of expectations. And I want to end on a fun note, although maybe it's not so fun because shares are down by almost 5%. Hershey, so the chocolate maker, is trading lower as cocoa futures climb. So this comes after renewed concern about weaker African forecast in the coming season. And on July 22, recall that Hershey said it is raising prices on its candy due to, again, historically high cocoa prices.
Real quickly, let's check in on what's happened with yields on this day. We did see a slight downdraft pretty much across the curve, but they were, as you can see, modest declines to be sure when it comes to yields. In fact, basically not much of a decline at all. Call it hunch on the day, but it gets to this idea of a market that remains in stasis as, of course, everyone now awaits the economic data, and the economic data, of course, as it sort of will relate to what the Fed may potentially do next. Will they have enough ammunition to actually come out and cut rates at their September meeting? All right, let's go back to earnings. Archer Aviation, crossing the wire right now. The company, as expected, did post a loss of about $206 million. The company also reporting operating expenses that also rose. That was expected as well. However, the EBITDA loss did come in a little bit higher than expected, $118 million and change, and that does appear to be maybe part of the reason why you're seeing the shares move a little bit lower here in the post-market trade, down about 7%.
Do you guys have Labubu? Any Labubu?
No, yeah.
No. Romaine?
No.
Not a big Labubu person?
I am, but I gave them all away.
Oh, that's so kind of
Yeah,
you.
I bought like a big box of them like a few weeks ago, and I gave them out to my nieces and nephews and a couple of adults in my life too in the bureau.
It's interesting because I have no Labubu from Romaine on my desk.
Well, sorry, it's a hot commodity.
It's unfortunate. The Dubai chocolate, trend as well. It's a hot commodity. Crumble cookies, matcha. Amanda Knoll has this great piece. She writes about consumers for Bloomberg Business Week. She's got a great piece about TikTok trends and the way that they're driving random consumer spending. And it's kind of baffling, not just her, but the way that people are thinking about how to study what consumers are spending money on and what they're prioritizing right now.
You know, it's funny because I've heard of most of those before, but I really think I've learned about a lot of all of those trends just from TikTok. Talking about TikTok.
Yeah, that's where though was good because I think it really gets to the idea of sort of what drives morality, and particularly for those of us of a certain age where it was a lot of effort to even get your name and your product out there in the zeitgeist. Now, if you can sort of hit a nerve on social media here, you can, do it. I mean, you go down the street here.
Well, I was just going to talk about other kinds of nerves, those in jellyfish, but we're not going to talk about that story.
The one point you brought up, though, is that how these are material things that really require people to come together. So maybe we're not all digital for now.
All right, I'm ready for Labubu, Romaine. It's still very hot.
What's your wish?
We need to translate that for people who don't know what Labubu is.
It's been a stuffed animal.
That sounded very...
A six-year-old should. It's a stuffed animal, right?
Time to say goodbye, and you're not going to be Carol.
I want to see what's on Romaine's GoPro. I do something like look at like a slide carousel.
It's largely me hiking with my dog. Basically, getting tired.
All right.
I thought it would be more action.
We got to run. For more earnings and the latest on Labubu. Keep it here. It is going to do it for our cross-platform coverage of the market close. We'll be back with you, same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenbeck, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That's Isabel Lee from the Bloomberg News Cross Asset Team. She's in for Carol Massar this afternoon. The S&P 500 fell by close to 0.3% today, as did the NASDAQ Composite. The Dow down 0.5 percentage point. Light volume. It is August, after all, but it doesn't mean things are happening inside and outside of Washington, D.C. And speaking of all that, we got John Authers with us. He's a Bloomberg opinion columnist and senior editor for Bloomberg Markets. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. You can see his column on the Bloomberg terminal at bloomberg.com/opinion. Also OPIN on the Bloomberg terminal. Stephen Meyer, you call him a quote placeholder when it comes to being a Federal Reserve governor until the end of the year. You say he's not a candidate for the chairmanship, which falls vacant next May. Well, why do you think he might still be?
Har du laservater? Han är på jobb nu. Jeg har ikke noe vater da her på jobb. Jeg har ikke med meg hjem. Ja, jeg prøver det.